Jean de ce contexte. Je vous prie de prendre le temps de féliciter tous les bénévoles pour leur implication. Good luck to all the athletes that will be competing here in beautiful Montreal. We are excited to see you this and to be impressed by your extreme speed, your spectacular overtakes, and of course by your friendly competition. Bonne course à tous.
Chers spectateurs, bienvenue au légendaire Arena Construction, la maison du festival jeunesse de course de piste au Canada.
Still riding the momentum from Milano Cortina, we have reached the final showdown of the season. This afternoon, everything changes. This is no longer about rankings. Today, multiple world titles will be decided right here in Montreal.
À peine remis de nos émotions olympiques, nous voici à l'ultime rendez-vous de la saison. Alors, les titres de champion du monde se jouent devant vous, ici, à Montréal.
And so one glorious charm that we have the world's best athletes meet one last time. Over 160 skaters representing 36 countries have come here with one goal, to be crowned world champions.
Cette fin de semaine, nos patineurs canadiens finissent leur saison là où elle a commencé, à la maison. Dans cette ambiance électrique au centre de leur deuxième souffle, ce sont vos encouragements qui feront la différence dans les derniers tours de piste.
Get ready for an incredible afternoon of racing back where it all began. These athletes have given everything all season long. Now it comes down to this moment. Your support will make all the difference.
Cet après-midi, Montréal va au rythme du courte piste. Place au championnat du monde.
This afternoon, Montreal is short track. Let the World Championships begin.
One final day of racing from here in Montreal to bookend the international short track season. The 2026 ISU Short Track World Championships coming to an end this afternoon from here in Montreal at the Maurice Richard Arena. Hi everybody, Gavin Day in the booth. Alongside me, Tyler Dara, as always. Tyler, it's fitting. We started the season here, and we'll end it here.
What a way to start and finish here in Montreal, and we are kicking things off with an absolute bang. As I always say, I'm a bit of a broken record here, but the mixed relay to start things off with a medal is just the best way to do it. One introduction to a great World Championship starting this Sunday afternoon.
And unlike normal events, this one does not have a B final to get us warmed up into it. And that is unusual because there was one advancement from the semifinals yesterday and 3 teams penalized. And so what that means is there's nobody eligible to compete the B final. That means we start right away with the race for gold.
Well, in this final, we have 5 teams as a result of that advancement. That's going to lead to 20 skaters on the ice surface, an absolutely packed mixed relay final in store for us in just a few minutes.
And so what that also does mean is it looks like, I believe, we are staying to our original schedule. And so the A final, I believe, is scheduled for 1:41. And so we are still about 10 minutes away, but what we are doing right now is just adding to the drama and the tension. And there it is, confirmed. We have the A final coming up at 1:41 and just staying on our schedule. The rest of the competition today is the women's 1,500 meters, the men's 1,000 meters, the women's 500 meters, and then, as always, at the end, the men's 5,000 meter relay. If you are regulars watching us on the World Tour, it's essentially the identical schedule that we always have with on a Sunday. And if you are joining us for the first time, maybe you were interested after watching the Olympics and you saw that, hey, these athletes don't just compete every 4 years at the Olympics. There actually is a whole circuit of racing around. And if you're interested at the Olympics, yes, you will discover that the sport is always exciting at any race we have. And so we are bringing the season to an end here, and then when's October? 7 months?
6 months?
6, 7, here before you know it. There's all that summer here in the Northern Hemisphere to worry about first, and then we'll be back at it. A lot of the skaters will head off for, usually, Tyler, it's about a month off, isn't it? They sort of scatter around the world, relax, and then come May, is that when you start, if you follow them on social media, that's when they seem to be getting back to work.
Exactly. There will be some skaters staying active over the next few weeks of the off season, but typically they get about 4 weeks off. They get some time to go away, enjoy the things in life outside of the skating rink that they like to do. They'll have some time to regroup, get refocused mentally. There's a whole new quad starting, so new eyes on the next Winter Olympics in 2030.
An Olympic season is an emotional roller coaster, and there's just so much exhaustion that comes through that. Yeah, you mentioned it's the beginning of a whole new quad, and there might be athletes who take an extended leave and sort of say, you know what, I won't go back to competing right away. A 4-year stretch is a long time, and then we might see them either the second half of next year or maybe even taking a whole year off.
Yeah, it's really interesting approach where you see more veteran athletes perhaps take a little bit more time away from the sport. They've got their technique dialed in. They've got racing experience, and maybe they just want a little bit more rest to recuperate from what they've just gone through. But what that does is it opens the door for those newcomers to get some new experience in the field, and then just that competition will rise up from the bottom and start challenging those more veteran skaters on the circuit.
And the majority of these skaters do not achieve fame and fortune from their lives in short track, and a lot of them have a life to pursue after skating. And so a lot of them go to school. A lot of them might even be working just a normal job, so you might have an Olympic champion somewhere around your hometown. But yeah, we head into what is an interesting off season as we start to build towards 2030 and the French Alps beckoning on the horizon. Just a look inside, pardon me, a look inside the pre-heat box. I was just actually in there. I actually shot a little video. I'll do a little shameless plug if you do follow me on Instagram at GavinLD. I just was in there and I walked out to the ice. So it's a quick trip from that pre-heat box into the heat box, and then onto the ice.
Thomas Natalini there, he's got the tunes pumping in his ears, getting them pumped up for this race.
Everyone has their own preparation. So just having a thought, Tyler, if we can talk about ourselves for a little bit. We've been fortunate enough to do 3 World Championships, and that's on 3 different continents now.
Very special opportunity for us. Very grateful for that. Thank you to the ISU for having us here. We love to be here. We love to watch the racing. We love to call it for you at home.
2 years ago was, hey, can you get to Rotterdam? I guess. And there we were. That was our first foray into things with calling live short track on location, and then that continued last year with the whole World Tour ahead of the World Championships in Beijing. We got to do the World Tour again this season, getting to work alongside some wonderful people, getting to get to know a lot of these incredible athletes as well. As we wrap up our second full season on location, and it's a great way to get started on this last day of competition. We're going to start at 11, and then we're going to crank it up even higher. The mixed relay, always a wonderful way to start the Sunday afternoon. Not easing into this one, particularly so today with no B final.
No, and again, 5 teams on the ice, so it's going to make that lead position so important. The mixed relay always starts off quick, but I expect to see a lot of teams challenging to try to move up and better their position early in this mixed relay as soon as possible. You can't get caught back in position number 5. It's an extremely difficult position to make exchanges from. And exchanges in the relay are just such a critical part of the race. If you can be up towards the front in that lead, you get a little bit more freedom to make that relay push, and that allows you to skate more freely into the next corner and build a little bit more speed. If you're back in position number 5, you're exiting so tight on that exchange, there's so little room, and it kind of forces you to enter the subsequent corner very tight, and that makes it challenging to re-accelerate. You have to try to adjust, shift your track out wide, and then close a gap. So certainly the benefits of being out front, the teams will be looking for that early.
And the teams that have made it, always there's that element of unpredictability with this sport, but the teams that have qualified really well and truly among the best of the best. You have the Dutch, you have the Canadians, you have the Belgians, the Koreans, and Italy. So Olympic gold medalists from the recently concluded games in Milano with Italy. You have the Canadians, who are the defending world champions. You have the Belgians, who are on the podium in Milan. You have the Dutch, who were regular World Tour winners in this event, including the last stop in Dordrecht in the Netherlands. That was back in December. And then Korea, who regularly are on the podium. So this promises to be an incredible start, especially with, as Tyler mentioned, 5 teams on the ice. Not a lot of space out there, and so one team might find themselves in the lead, but then at the back before they know it. You never know.
Well, I expect to see Netherlands off the front with either Michelle Velzeboer or Sandra Velzeboer. Both have blistering starts. They have the advantage of lane position number 1. So I expect to see them first into the corner, and they can both accelerate so quickly. They might be able to get a little early jump on the rest of the field on account of those starts.
I was just looking at William Donahue doing his trademark sign, and Kim Gilly right alongside him. Sure, I'll do it too. She has her own little trademark signs that she does too, but it got the roar. And these athletes know each other so well. We are, let's see, inside 2 minutes away, and so they will do their big introductions. There is Elisa Confortola, 2 medals yesterday, an individual and a relay medal. Thomas Natalini, final preparation. So they're looking relaxed as we count down to racing, but they've got the backdrop out there. Each team will be introduced on the ice, and a chance for them to have a little fun beforehand. I always like to see what they get up to before they get down to business in the racing.
Well, that's exactly it, Gavin. Having a little fun. I think these teams, they've gone through the Olympics. They're out here. They're going to have some fun today. They know there's a world championship title, but this is just such a great race to skate in. It's so much fun to be a part of a team and work together. It's not that individual effort. You get a share in the glory with your teammates, so it makes it extra special to win these relay events when you have a team to celebrate around you.
There we go. Now with the athletes stepping out onto the ice. They will be introduced. I was just thinking I could read them all to you, but you're going to get the fun introduction in just a moment, so I'll let them handle it. But as Tyler mentioned, Cassandra Velzeboer and Michelle Velzeboer, as they are so often in the mixed relay, going to start things off. And in a race with 5 teams, that start might become all the more important. And if you've seen Cassandra Velzeboer in particular off the start, you know how much of an advantage that could play. Yeah, traffic jam getting on the ice. Imagine what it's going to look like out on the ice in the middle of the race.
And the skaters continue to file out on the ice. Look at that surface fill up right now. It is going to be packed out here.
It's already chaotic.
There's going to be very little room to make moves, so it'll be a real challenge on these skaters if they find themselves towards the back of the pack to work their way up.
The chills are beginning. Feeling the chills. How's that for a mood setter? If you're new to this, everybody goes 2.5 laps. Women first, men second, and then everyone gets a second time around. 2 laps each. The exchanges are scheduled unlike other relays. And so it's Michelle Velzeboer, Florence Brunel,
Pendant que Biatchan Padar donne ses instructions d'usage à nos
and Chiara Betti.
patineuses à la ligne de départ, on vous demande bien sûr de rester silencieux lors de la procédure de départ. Merci.
Go to the start. Ready.
Cleanly started, and it is Michelle Velzeboer getting to, they are going to bring this one back.
The skaters haven't heard it yet. Michelle Velzeboer is still going. There was a
thought that was
flash of
fans
the
blowing the
skates.
whistles, but yeah, there was the contact on the line, and when that happens heading into the first corner, they do bring it back, but it is so loud in here that Michelle Velzebor leading the way, just thinking I'm going, and all the rest of the is just kind of following her.
So watch lanes 4 and 5. Kiara Betty there clashing the skates of Choi Hyojin. Right there, that makes it an unfair start. We want a fair start through the first corner, so the official calling that back.
Well spotted. For part of it, it sounded just like it was part of the party going on in here.
Well, the crowd just absolutely erupted off the gun there. The skaters couldn't hear the whistle going to call them back. The teammates on the ice surface waving them off.
And it was just like, yeah, they wanted them to stop. Don't burn any extra kilojoules of energy that you have to. As Betty and Che both getting their skates looked at. It is just Betty now.
Looks like the skaters didn't hear the whistles because you guys were a little bit too loud. We love that. We love that.
I don't think there's such a thing as too loud after the gun goes.
Keep the energy going. I'm loving it.
What's always exciting about these relays too is that the teams are all around, their teammates who are not skating, and then there are other coaches and athletes from other teams here gathering to watch it. I see Polish skaters down there. A year ago in Beijing, they were on the podium in the mixed relay, but not so today. Once again, Michelle Velzebor, Florence Brunel, Hanne de Smet, Che Ji-Yun, and Kiara Betty.
Go to the start. Ready.
Hold your breath. 5 skaters going through the corner. This time no clicks of the blades, but Betty got sort of boxed out and will have to fade to the back, but it is Michelle Velzebor taking the lead ahead of Florence Brunel. And in will come Sandra Velzebor, Danae Blais, Tineke Dendal, Kim Gilly, and Elisa Confortola. Everybody safely through the exchange. Italy trying to make the pass forward, fourth on Korea, and Confortola gets through.
Cassandra Velzebor losing her footing. Danae Blais capitalizing. Cassandra struggling there, dropping back to fourth for the Dutch.
Danae Blais able to keep it up, and now the Dutch and the Koreans go down. And this is a wide open race. There will be some reviews, obviously, but Donjanu on the ice for Canada. And it is Natalini in second, and this looks like it could be a head-to-head battle between the Italians and the Canadians, as we already see some separations.
Confusion amongst the Dutch. We got 2 skaters on track here in the back as well. We're trying to sort it out.
That is always the danger in these mixed relays, is who tags up when a skater goes down.
The Koreans have missed their exchange now. They're off pattern.
And here comes Stan de Smet trying to close it back up. You do not want to give that man an open door to try to close it up. If it comes down to a finish between 3 teams, all bets are off. But it's Dubois, it is Pietro Segal and Stan de Smet. Already, you might say, this could be our podium, but lots more to come as the women come back in, and Kiara Betty on the lead.
Florence Brunel got in the back seat of her heels there, lost a little bit of speed on that corner. That's opened up a gap for the Italians. Kiara Betty charging out front right now.
Our podium in Italy a few weeks ago at the Olympics was Italy, Canada, and Belgium, and that's the situation right now as Elisa Confortola leads around Danae Blais.
We've got 5 laps to go in this race. The men are about to step onto the track. Thomas Natalini, William Danjanu, Ward Petre.
Danjanu often an anchor finisher. This time it will go to Steven Dubois, another guy who regularly swaps in to finish the relay. There is the gun. One more exchange to come, and we will have 2 laps to go. It is Natalini who will bring in Pietro Segal, and on the exchange, the Canadians take the lead. It's Dubois, but watch out. Pietro Segal is always dangerous. One-on-one, coming down to the bell. They were silver at the Olympics, but here comes Segal. Never say die to the Italians. Pietro Segal, Italy, double Olympic and world champion. Incredible race.
What an incredible last 2 laps there. William Danjanu absolutely launching Stephen Dubois into the lead of that race. Stephen Dubois flying out front, great speed track, but Pietro Segal, my goodness, did he set up such a beautiful pass there, heading into the last corner to take the win for the Italians. And they defend that Olympic gold medal.
Segal, the famous spin on the line in Milan. This time I think he lit a victory cigar over the finish line. But the Italians confirming their mixed relay supremacy. And the Dutch will be reassessing as they had issues. There was a blade contact, I believe.
We do have a race incident currently being
And you know what? It may involve the Italians, if I'm reading it correctly.
We're also looking at the Netherlands and Korea there when they had the fall.
I was looking at the restart. That was the blade contact for the restart.
Yes.
I was just misreading things. But yes, this is between the Dutch and the Korean. I don't think this affects our podium.
Well, what I want to see here is when Cassandra Belzebor comes out, she seems to really struggle. I think it was with her left blade right here. She just can't skate cleanly. That's when she loses her footing, put her hands up. And again, goes into the next corner, just looking less confident than usual in her skates. And here's that contact there on the entry between Netherlands and Korea.
On the exchange when Kiata Betsy was given the lead.
So what we're looking back on that incident when the Netherlands and Korea went down is a possible lane change from inside to out from Cassandra Belzebor, making that contact on Kim Gilly, going into the corner. And here's a look at this beautiful finish. Segal, look at this gap he creates. He creates this gap where he can accelerate into and just launches off that corner exit so beautifully, hooks it tight, holds it on the exit. What a finish.
Smoking is not cool though, kids. What a victory for Italian. The Italian side will throw it down to the ice.
Final decision, penalty for Team Netherlands.
So it is the Dutch getting penalized for that, for the lane change. And yes, Tyler pointed out, looks like Sandra Belzebor just didn't have confidence in her blades. And there was the incident. She drifted out wide right into the Korean skaters. And so it's an identical podium to the Olympic Games. Italy, Canada, and Belgium. What a way to start the day's races here in Montreal. Just getting all the protocol taken care of ahead of the first medal presentation of the day, and carbon copy result of Milan a couple weeks ago. Side. They did also have Ariana Fontana, part of that Olympic gold medal side, but most of them were also on the ice in Milan. I did actually see Ariana yesterday in Montreal, so she is here, just not competing. Now, all go silent for the victory ceremony.
messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve du relais mixte par équipe, championnat du monde ISU CNSG courte piste 2026. The medal ceremony for the mixed team relay, the ISU CNSG short track world championship 2026. Les médailles seront présentées par the medals will be presented by the ISU Vice President Speed Skating, Mr. Tron Espoli. Accompanied by Beata Padar, referee. En troisième position et gagnant de la médaille de bronze. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, Team Belgium. Tineke Denduk, Anna Desmet, Stein Desmet, Adrian de Vectere, and Varda Pietre. Team Belgium, la Belgique. En deuxième position et gagnant de la médaille d'argent. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Team Canada, le Canada. Danae Blais, Florence Brunel, William Dangenou, Steven Dubois, Félix Roussel et Courtney Sarro. L'équipe du Canada, à votre santé! En première position, gagnant de la médaille d'or et champion du monde, courte piste 2026 au relais mixte. In first place, winner of the gold medal and 2026 World Short Track Champion in the mixed team relay, Italia, Team Italy. Chiara Elisa Confortola, Thomas Nadalini, Ariana Siegel, Pietro Siegel, and Lucas Beckenhauser. Team Italy, l'Italie. Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de l'Italie. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of Italy. Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. On aura droit à l'entrevue d'usage avec nos nouveaux champions du monde sur l'épreuve du relais mixte. Before that, we'll have a quick family picture of the podium. And then we'll proceed with the usual interview with the winning team, now crowned the world champions in the mixed team relay. Encore une fois, le podium identique à celui d'il y a quelques semaines à Milan. Dernière petite photo de famille pour immortaliser le tout. On conservera les Italiens avec nous près du podium et notre ami Tyler viendra faire l'entrevue d'usage. Tyler, over to you with the new world champion in the relay team, Italy.
Here with Team Italy, Olympic champions at home in Italy, now world champions here in Montreal. How does it feel?
It's crazy for us. We really want that to do the back-to-back. So we're so happy. It is the 4th year in a row we go on the podium, but this year gold, so it's really special.
And what a finish, Pietro. What a beautiful inside pass at the end. What can you say about that race?
But like always, everyone tried to win. With the team, I want the best for everyone, and I tried. And it was a good battle with Steven, and at the end was a better final for us.
Well, congratulations. Could you help me out and throw some T-shirts for me?
Sure.
First gold medal of the weekend. Take us to our first ice resurfacing break. First we gotta look back at the race that was that we just saw in the 2019
at 2:19 p.m. Racing resumes at 14:19. Thank you.
There you go. That'll have us into our first ice resurfacing break. If you pay attention there, I think it'll be the Penguin race underway. And I believe we will resume action in about 12 minutes from now. So our first break of the day on the other side, women's 1500 meter semifinal. Stay with us. The final day of competition here at the 2026 ISU Short Track World Championships. The Maurice Richard Arena is a storied one when it comes to short track, and who better than Canadian veteran Jordan Pierre-Gilles to give us a tour of this facility.
Hello, my name is Jordan Pierre-Gilles. I'm going to show you around the venue for the World Championships here in the Maurice Richard Arena. All right, come on in. Right onto the ice. So we're gonna go right beside the ice, see who's on the ice right now. I think it's Team China. Behind me is the rink, so that's where all the teams train prior to the competition. So we all have per team 50 minutes per day, and we're actually at the heat box right now. So before all the races, that's where you go and wait for your turn. It's always a good vibe. Some of you might not know, but the pads we use in short track speed skating aren't like hockey, hockey walls. That'd be way too dangerous. So they're actually just mats. They're all like tied up together. So when someone falls, the whole mat like moves as a whole. So it prevents us from actually getting hurt as if you hit a wall. Now that we've seen this, let me come and show you behind the scenes a bit. Want to see the dressing rooms? So that's where all the teams go and dress up, get ready for their races and their training right now. So you can see all the different rooms. We're gonna head onto the bikes, see if there's people that are warming up for their training. I'm good, thanks. Kind of, yeah. No, you're good, you're good.
To me?
Yeah, they wanted to interview you, you got a lot of questions.
No.
Oh, Pietro, the star, the superstar. How do you feel in Montreal?
Really bad.
Oh yeah, you feel bad? How? Jet lag?
No, here, everything.
Oh yeah, the people in Montreal, they're annoying, yeah?
Not only in Montreal, every people here.
That's good. We'll watch you skate. So as you can see, everybody warms up on the bike. That's really part of our training, part of our preparation. That's the bucket professional. He's the one that provides us with the perfect amount of water. The perfect amount. He's really used to it, so that's why he's so fast in Montreal. Good. So we're going around. That's the entry of the Zamboni. The Zamboni comes out of there and hops onto the ice. You know, it's a really important thing for a short track. The Zamboni has to be really good. It makes a huge difference between a really bad ice and a good ice. And I think we're lucky to have some good staff in Montreal with that. I'm gonna go up there and show you what's the view for the fans. Come on up. So that's what you see as a fan once you enter the stands. It's always a good spot also for athletes to warm up. In training, we tend to do more laps, while running. Hey, what's up, bro? All right, so you're gonna follow me into the gym. That's our little gym, our dungeon as we call it, because we go in there and suffer a lot during the summer training. So you can see all of the weights and the training equipment around. It's really where we grind the most. So that's Maurice Richard Arena, and I look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Regular viewers of international short track are well aware of the Maurice Richard Arena, a regular host on the international circuit over the years, but Maurice Richard was not a speed skater, Tyler. He, of course, was one of the greatest hockey players of all time, the number 9 for many years on the Montreal Canadiens, winning a number of Stanley Cups over a storied career. Now, on the ice here, the short trackers try to emulate at least that part, the storied career part, Tyler. This place has really become the home of Canadian short track.
Well, short track speed skating in Canada first got access to this venue in the early 90s, and they've slowly adapted and evolved this facility to be more and more their own and more specific to short track speed skating. You can see that with the boulderless mat system. You can see that with the custom locker rooms, and this has become the hub of short track in Canada.
It has well and truly become the home of Canadian short track, but let's take a look back at what happened yesterday.
Trying to strike on the outside, but Willie David who loses his footing. If John, can you believe it? World champion.
The first season of competition in Montreal, I said so happy, and this time is so happy much.
Is going to at the finish. I don't know. I think Kim might have taken it.
Oh my goodness.
It was exciting, and I'm glad I won the 1,000 meter after a long time ago.
On a beautiful speed track out front from Dubois, looking calm and composed. Dubois, Olympic champion and world champion, pitch me, I'm dreaming.
ça pourrait pas être plus spécial pour moi. En plus, la foule, c'est vraiment fou vivre ça avec vous autres. Il n'y a pas de mots pour vrai. Merci tellement. Merci tout le monde. Puis, je suis tellement content de faire ça à Montréal.
So hard for this, and the past few years we really improved, and to now get this medal, that's really the reward for all the hard work.
Alors, les deux premières patineuses de chacune des vagues pourra se qualifier automatiquement et on ira repêcher jusqu'à un maximum des 3 meilleurs temps parmi les 3e positions. Pourquoi un maximum? Eh bien, c'est qu'en cas d'un avancement, l'avancement vient prendre la place du temps le plus rapide dans le but de limiter le nombre de patineurs en finale. On retrouvera nos Canadiennes dans la même vague, la 3e et dernière vague, Courtney Sarro et Danae Blais. Par la suite, nous enchaînons avec les quarts de finale chez les messieurs 1000 mètres. Une fois de plus, ce sera les deux premiers patineurs de chacune des vagues et un maximum des deux meilleures 3e positions qui auront leur place en demi-finale.
Let's come back up inside the Maurice Richard Arena. Our next block of racing, we'll see our second medals awarded for the day, our first individual ones of the day, but we have to get there first. And so it is the women's 1500-meter semifinals. There will be 3 heats in all, top 2 from each race and up to 1. The fastest third-place skater qualifies for the A final. And this time there should be a B final. I can't imagine so many skaters getting penalized that there would be a B final. I mean, never say never, but think of the odds. Jamin John, who won the gold medal at the Olympics in Italy, not here this weekend.
Kim Gilly won the gold in the 1500 meter, but
silver. I'm looking at the last year's World Championships.
There we go.
Too many events. No, there's no such thing.
It's a lot for us to keep track of those sometimes.
There are a lot of numbers and dates and all that rattling around in our brain, and you just need to keep it organized. But yes, Kim Gilly, she'll be in heat number 1. We shall see how things go. It's Jamin John with silver. Had a Corinne Stoddard, that very gutsy bronze medal after the adversity that she faced. Stoddard will be in heat number 2, but top to bottom, you're in the semifinals. You are a top skater. Actually running a bit behind with the resurfacing. You didn't push those kids fast enough, Tyler.
Sorry, I'll try a little bit better next time.
The Penguin Race, I think they called it. But I am curious about your meanderings down. You do seem to get down with plenty of time, and some of our worries about will you make it in time have been unfounded. Both you and Catherine all season long have been great with getting right down to the ice.
The hardest part is getting back up here, but what was nice with the flood break, I got to chat with a few athletes, and we didn't catch it in the race because we were so caught up watching Canada and Italy. I was talking with Tinnika Dendalk. She actually didn't skate her second exchange because she had a blade issue. And the ruling there wasn't, it used to be you had to go back on the track, but if you have an equipment failure and you can't skate, it's a safety issue. You don't have to go on the track. So what happened there was Hannah de Smet actually skated the final 4 laps of the women's exchanges for the Belgian team because Tinnika Dendalk couldn't go back on the track due to the blade issue. So I didn't catch that in the moment. We were so caught up in the finishing. of the race, but
yeah, Dundalk. I mean, she did make her first appearance, and I know there are rules in relays where everybody does have to make a go of it. She did make her first appearance anyway, but yeah, when you mentioned there's a blade issue, but
I was also asking if she's getting used to this. Second, bronze medal at the Olympics in the mixed relay, back out here at the World Championships, getting some hardware.
That might have been explained. I thought Hannah Desmet looked a little more out of breath. There were some big exhales, and that would be that, yeah, she had to do more whole laps.
And we see Hannah Desmet coming out in this first 1,500 meters, so she was quickly trying to get off the ice in order to prepare for this 1,500 meter.
Tyler, not now.
Yeah, you could just go. I'll allow it.
Delay looks about just over. The machine is going off. This block of racing will have the women's 1,500 meter semis, as I said, 3 of them, and the men will be back out for their 1,000 meter quarterfinals, and then we will return for the B and A finals here in the women's 1,500 meters.
Potentiellement la patineuse de plus rapide par le centre, troisième. Prenez place, mesdames et messieurs, dans quelques instants, la première du droit de finale sur 1,600 mètres femmes.
We are moments away from the first of 3 semi-final races in the ladies' 1,500 meters. 2+1 advancement directly to the main final. Our 2 Canadian skaters will be racing in the same race later this afternoon, later on at the
So in these 1,500 meters, it's a 2+1 advancement, so I don't anticipate many skaters considering that time. They will really be racing for those top 2 positions, so I expect a little bit slower starts at the beginning of these 1,500 meter semifinals.
A lot of racing this season, a lot of racing this weekend, and it's down to the final stretch. And so the first heat is out on the ice, as I mentioned, first of 3. We'll get the start list up in just a moment, but yeah, as Tyler mentioned, Hannah Desmet. And there you go, Hannah Desmet, Gabriela Topolska, Chait Ji-hyun, Gloria Yoriati, Elisa Confortola, Young Jingru, and Kim Gilly. There's Ariana Fontana. See, I was right, I did see her yesterday.
Go to the start. Ready.
And so, with the slow start, chance for me to mention that Fontana, I did see an Instagram post the other day. There was some sponsorship billboard behind her. I think she was back in Italy, and she sort of said she's won all these Olympic medals and hinted maybe more to come. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm adding the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, but you know, we've heard no signal that she is going to hang them up, but her first Olympics back in 2006 is at 15,
Well, Ariana Fontana not racing this weekend, but so great to see her come all this way to support her competitors and teammates that she's been with throughout her career.
Yeah, Tyler with the prediction bang on here. No real worries about time, just a matter of the races around you. It's already competitive enough with so much talent in this race. You look at Desmet, you look at Kim Gilly, Topolska, and it's Young Jingru.
Well, we got to keep our eyes on Kim Gilly, and she beats me to it, making that nice, easy move around the outside. She's been looking so strong all weekend long, of course, coming off that Olympic gold medal in this event. All eyes will be on her. Other skaters being well aware of that as Hannah DeSmet now charging for the front on the outside. She may try to sneak in a second here. Yang not letting her in.
DeSmet last year world champion in the 1,000 meters. This, I think, is, you would say, maybe her more preferred distance. She's relatively fresh. She hasn't had as much racing as some of the other skaters before today. Of course, you mentioned the extra exhaustion from the mixed relay, but she gets a little bump on the chin there as Kim Gilly goes by.
Lisa Confortola in good position right now. Spot number 3. She's been skating tremendously well this weekend, now attacking on the outside.
She's had 3 medals this weekend, 1 in the individual races and 2 relays. She's sitting up into second right now behind Kim.
Well, great response from Kim Gilly as she heard the feet of Confortola moving behind her, accelerating the pace out front.
Lap, here comes DeSmet. It's almost the family trademark to launch the brave passes. Nothing there though, and Confortola, great job defending. And it is Kim and Confortola 1 and 2. There is 1 review.
Strong finish there by both Kim Gilly and Lisa Confortola, who fought off a very late battle.
It would be looking at actually Young Jinru on Gloria Ioriatti, and so that doesn't affect the final result, I don't see.
That's some good clean skating in that race.
Pardon me?
No, just some good clean skating in that race there.
DeSmet, we're so often here to seeing to launch those cavalier pass attempts, leaving it right to the latest, but Confortola has shown this weekend she can hold off the best in the world. She held off Kim Gilly yesterday in a nice defensive maneuver to snuff out the attack by Hannah DeSmet.
There's this outside move from Elisa Confortola here. And the charge going into the last corner. Hannah DeSmet looking for an opening, but there's nothing to be had. Confortola doing a terrific job fending her off as they drive to the line.
And so nothing to come on the penalty front, and so Kim Confortola to the A final, and Hannah DeSmet will watch and wait with a 2:32.741. She has to wait through 2 more heats. Notice that the slower start. If you're in the 3rd heat, you notice that the times are slower. Might there be a bit more of a hustle off the line?
Yeah, certainly that will come into play a little bit more for those midfield skaters. If you're a stronger skater in the race, you may be thinking, I'll let some other skaters do some work here and get fatigued and make a move later. Of course, we're always keeping an eye out for those advancement positions that could quickly, just one of them, chew up that advancement spot.
Both the Velzeboer sisters on the line here. Michela Cassandra, Barbara Gakova, Corinne Stoddart, Rebecca Silitse-Nemeth, Nakashima Mirei, and Shimsuki. 2 from the Netherlands, 1 from Czechia, the United States, Hungary, Japan, and Korea.
Go to the start. Ready.
So, not a huge rev off the line, but Stoddart loves to get there to lead things around. Well, she's certainly picking it up a little bit. Stoddart loves to lead.
Corey Stoddart, just such a strong skater. Preferring that lead position. She knows she has Cassandra Velzeboer in her race here. Cassandra Velzeboer decides to strike. Corey Stoddart is going to be want to be right there in order to respond.
Silitse-Nemeth of Hungary in second.
Shimsuki back in position number 7. She had to come through the repechage this morning, so she's already got a few races in her legs.
So Cassandra Velzeboer hitting the front.
The 2 Velzeboer sisters in 1st and 2nd.
Family affair leading the way.
In 3rd, the American skater who won bronze in this distance of the
Corey Stoddard now making a response.
performance here at the World Championships in
This might
Montreal.
be everybody starting to pick it up. Stoddard picks it up. Belzebor on the inside. Cassandra Amin and Michela trying to follow Stoddard. Now they are setting off. The lap time's coming down in a hurry. That one was just over 10 seconds. We'll see if this one goes under the 10-second mark. Indeed, that is the case.
Well, a nice little progressive from Corey Stoddard out front, just bringing the pace down a little bit more, making it increasingly difficult for someone to pass because you need to accelerate to pass, but if the skater in the lead is also accelerating, it makes it all the more challenging to get by.
Stoddard, who's had the emotional roller coaster this season, consistent podium finisher on World Tour, and then went into the Olympics with a lot of expectation. Didn't have what she wanted until this 1500 where she won bronze, but looking to finish off the season with a big exclamation mark, leading the two Belzebor sisters right now as Nakashima tries to find a way through. Right now it is Stoddard picking up the pace around the corner at the bell. Sandra Belzebor, is there the speed? We'll expect to see it in the 500, but right now this race belongs to Corinne Stoddard.
Unofficial victory for Corinne Stoddard from the USA.
A very well executed skate from Corey Stoddard there. Once she got the lead with 8 to go, just progressing that pace lap after lap, putting everybody else to work, using her strength, using her endurance to take this semifinal win.
So second going to Cassandra Belzebor. We'll just confirm the time, 2:20.943 for Michela Belzebor, and so that one by nearly 12 seconds is now the fastest third place time, and so that bumps Hannah Desmet to the B final. And Tyler, dare I ask, how might 2:20.943 stand up with one race still to go?
I think if there's no advancement, I think that time will stand up. Making a bold statement early here, Gavin quoting me to the test, but that's a quick time. That's a very solid skate. Corey Stoddard wasted no time getting it going and really held a consistent pace throughout the entirety of the race, all the way to the finish.
A man of bold statements. Tyler Dare alongside me. One more heat still to come as they do the usual patches on the ice. Although we've had no penalties through the first two here. There's the start list for heat number 3. Gun Lee, China, Courtney Sereau, Danae Blais will fly the Maple Leaf for Canada. Chloé Olivier, France, Sara Lutsabakskaya of Hungary. Ariana Siegel, fresh off the top step on the podium for Italy. Valentina Asic of Croatia. Lots to watch for. There is Siegel. Olivier, I know she had a hard crash and had her shoulder wrapped up yesterday. We'll see how she fares, but to the line we go.
Go to the start. Ready.
This was the one individual medal that eluded Courtney Sereau in Milan, but she is in the semifinals of the World Championships. You gotta wonder what's left in the tank for a skater like Sereau winning the Crystal Globe, all the emotional high of that, all the prep for the Olympics, and then coming away with 4 medals in all. And it's just, you know, she'd be forgiven for already thinking about the offseason, but she is still here to work.
Yeah, I think Courtney Sereau is not quite in the form that she would like to be in this week, but she's coming off that huge accomplishment of 4 Olympic medals at the game. So, you know, maybe a little bit ready for that offseason, like you said, Gavin, but so happy to see her still come out, race for the fans here.
And second right now, Gun Lee, but the big washing machine effect going around is Sara Lutsabakskaya now through the repechage this morning. Or that was the 500, pardon me, but she is here picking up the pace.
Now Sereau responding, quick move on the outside, exactly how you want to do it.
The Canadian train moving forward, Gun Lee trying to get in there with them, but Danae Blais and Courtney Sereau hit the front together.
Well, they're going to want to use the energy from the crowd. They're going to be under a lot of pressure in the final laps. Seagal trapped on the outside. Oh, Backsky staying on her feet.
Backsky, I'm just impressed she stayed up with that. Looks like she took a bit of an arm to the back.
Oh, another bump. Donnelly up in a second, but Courtney Sereau responding now. Working around the outside, losing her footing.
Sereau having to drop a lot of speed because of that. It is Danae Blais.
Well, they're pushing it right now. There's still 3 laps to go. Lots left.
Trying to wind up the speed again for perhaps one last push. Gung Lee has her hands full with the Canadian superstar on her tail, but it is Danae Blais leading the way with 2 laps to go. She maybe gets a little bit of wobble coming out of that corner. Gung Lee in second. There's to Sereau, the move on the inside. Canada going 1 and 2. And they might see that all the way forward. Chloé Olivier getting up into third. And the Canadian fans appreciate that one. 1 and 2 to the A final. Looking at the time, 2:28. Olivier's time would not be enough in third. And I don't think what is being reviewed affected the outcome. It's Gung Lee possible lane change from outside to in on Ariana Seagal. They weren't in those qualification positions, so could potentially see 2 Canadians in the A final. And your bold statement could pay off here.
I think it's going to play out. But Danae Blais getting a fantastic race there, but Courtney Sereau was dealing with all that pressure. Gung Lee coming up the inside. Sereau, I wasn't sure for a moment there if she quite had the legs. She would look like she was sizing up a look on the outside and then adjusting, going up the inside, creating some space on the entry. Here's a look earlier. That move from Danae Blais paying off beautifully for her as she wins this semi-final, punching her ticket to the A final.
They are still looking at that one.
The incident they're reviewing there.
Referee Beata Padar looking.
They're back in position number 3. There's when Gung Lee dives up the inside on Sereau. Sereau trying to respond here, but just can't finish it off on the outside.
Good race from Blais.
Important for the Canadian team, actually. Danae Blais had that unfortunate crash mixed relay with Kristen Santos-Griswold last year at the World Championships. You qualify your spot to the subsequent year based on the World Championships from the year prior, not from the World Tour. So the Canadians only had 2 spots for the women in this event. With this result, they'll be able to get 3 skaters back into the 1500 meters at next year's World Championships.
That was a scary moment in Beijing last year. There was a bit of concussion worry on Blais' case, and so she missed the rest of the weekend. And it looks like we do have an announcement coming from down on the ice.
Final decision. Penalty for skater number 18 from People's Republic of China.
There you go, so just a penalty, no advancement. So the 2 moving on from that race, Blais and Sereau. As Tyler predicted wonderfully, Michelle Belzevoor's time does hold up as the lone 3rd place time, advancing as you look at the lane change there. Not long before we will see them back out for those finals. But first, we have the men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals coming up. 4 heats in all, and these ones will be tough to predict, all of them, as you see all the skaters who will move to the races for the medals. Another confrontation between Sereau and Stoddart, so often battling for the lead on World Tour this season. Heat number 1 in the 1,000 meters.
Go to the start.
Previtali, Corey Nivinsky, and Pierre Gilles.
Ready.
So 4 heats in all. Top 2 from each race, and up to 2 fastest third-place skaters will go into the semifinals. Im Jong-un, our new world champion in the 1500. Brendan Corey, who was that close, but committed a penalty in the final few moments for Australia. Maybe a little extra vinegar in him today.
Well, Brendan Corey really wanted to control this race. He had that first pass to the lead, but Jordan Pierre-Gilles quickly responded, and Brendan Corey right back. I think you really want to be in position number 1. You know Im Jong-un is in great form right now. You're waiting for him to strike, and you want to be holding that first position when he goes by so you can defend that second.
So there's Brendan Corey, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, and Im Jong-un closing right up Michał Niewinski and Lorenzo Previtali. Here goes Im going around the outside.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles responding up the inside as he feels that outside attack from Im Jong-un. Very well done. Michał Niewinski now looking to move into third.
There is the door open for Corey to come back up the inside. Niewinski going right into him, and he drops a lot of speed. There will be a review, and it's Im Jong-un just going from strength to strength. 1 to go, Pierre-Gilles in second, Previtali. This would be a great result for the Italian, but Corey spotting the opportunity into second beautifully with the double pass. And Im Jong-un, Brendan Corey, 1 and 2.
What a gutsy skate from Brendan Corey, not giving up on that for a second. But Im Jong-un, what can we say? Making that one look easy against this competition. Watch for him through these 1,000 meters today.
In line for perhaps a double world championship in his first year at the senior circuit.
18 years old?
Something like that?
18 years old. Unbelievable. Just truly impressive skate from such a young athlete.
Pierre-Gilles has the legs. We know he's so great in the 500 meters, but he was there for so long, and then just that back half of the race, a guy who's not had a lot of race action this season, maybe the energy a little bit sapping in the end.
Yeah, Jordan Pierre-Gilles did everything he could here. I think his race plan, he was executing it perfectly, but he just couldn't hold on to it in the last lap. Getting swarmed there by Corey and Previtali.
Good race for Previtali popping up there. We've seen, you know, Natalini, Speckenhauser, and Siegel so often, but Previtali liking that one.
He knew he had a chance. I think he was biting the fingers there. It's a quick time though, 1:25.1 for him.
7-1.
Lorenzo with a 1:25.71 in third. So it's certainly a quick race. That time will be in the mix.
And that review was cleared, and so is Niewinski going outside to in on Corey. And Corey stayed in the race. Obviously, he was unaffected, and Niewinski had to drop to the back, so no penalty dished out. Heat number 2, Li Kun, one of the newcomers on this Chinese program in this event. Guy we've seen a tiny bit on the international circuit, but now a chance to assume a position full-time on his own with a lot of their top skaters not here this weekend. Melle van het Vout also in this one, Lucas Speckenhauser, Reynes Berzins, and Stan de Smet.
Go to the start. Ready.
Look at that third place time, 1:25.710. There's only one time so far. That is the time to beat those third fastest skaters, and it is Li Kun.
Well, Li Kun's not wasting any time getting the pace going here. That is a quick start. Lucas Speckenhauser, be watching these lap times. You'll want to be under 10 seconds. 9.5, that's going to give them a chance to challenge for that third place time for sure. They maintain.
Speckenhauser in a B final yesterday. Melle van het Vout, you know, the dream Olympics for that whole Van het Vout family. The family came away with medals of every color.
Chinese person's in position number 3. I've been very impressed with his skating this weekend so far.
A guy who has won medals on the old World Cup circuit here in Montreal in the 1,000 meters, but really, as Tyler pointed, looking like a guy who's won medals before this weekend.
Well, Speckenhauser really keeping this pace high, making it very difficult for anyone to make some big moves, but Melabenovic setting up the inside. They're going shoulder to shoulder down the straightaway into the corner. Now opens the door for Rainis Berzins.
Johnny on the spot, Rainis Berzins. That, of course, will get a review, I believe. Maybe not. 1 to go. Berzins, what a result this would be for him to pull into the semifinals. But Speckenhauser battling back. Oh, and he went down hard. Not sure if he knew what was going on, because that could have been contact from behind, or maybe he did lose something with his blade on that corner, but that happened in a split second. He was on the ice before he knew what was going on.
Well, they were tracking really well on time, but when Melabenovic made that pass, they lost a lot of speed in that race, and then everything just exploded there. Stan DeSmit attacking from the outside. What a finish.
127, 167 for DeSmet. Sorry, pardon me, we're looking at Melabenovic at 127, 280. Either way, that's behind Previtali's time in the last race. And I think we might have just said that Speckenhauser fell on his own. But yeah, we were watching that Van het Wout pass for the lead. Looks like he might have gotten in front with enough time to spare. Here it is before the corner. Yeah, just forced Speckenhauser out wide.
Oh, yeah, Speckenhauser just kind of tripping himself up.
Yeah, he almost his hands flat on the ice, almost just trying to hang on.
That working out beautifully for Stan DeSmit. Heard me say it before, and I'll quote Mike Gilday again. It's not his quote, but he used to say this: you got to be good to be lucky, and lucky to be good. And that just working to the favor of Stan DeSmit there. And Speckenhauser going down in front of him, coming out of that last corner exit.
Nice. Good quote. Spot on the ice getting fixed up. Go into the third heat. There is the start list now. Tracy of Great Britain, Shin Dong-min of Korea, Clayton DiClemente, Thomas Natalini, and Furkan Akar coming through the repechage this morning, but looking very confident. It has something to do with maybe winning a world championship medal yesterday to give your confidence a good shot in the arm.
Well, we saw that, as you said, Gavin, in the repechage. He was just skating so strongly, full of confidence, making some great passes. But now the level of competition steps up for him here in the 1,000-meter quarterfinals.
Natalini, another one, though, who's really had a breakthrough season. World Tour medals, first senior medals, and then winning one at the World Championships yesterday. Then also you look at Niall Tracy. I think he made the A final at the Olympics in the 1500, didn't he?
Yeah.
But you would say the 1,000 is his preferred event, and so.
And he made the 1500 again this week.
He did. And so he's a guy who's skating very, very well as the season comes to an end. And so it may just be a quarterfinal, but there are a lot of stories unfolding on the ice. They're just finishing some patchwork on the ice before they get whistled to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Quarterfinal heat number 3 underway, and Niall Tracy, as he is wont to do in these races, gets to the front.
Number 16, the current leader from Great Britain, Niall Tracy.
Clayton DiClemente, one of those fun skaters we love to watch. Never afraid to get right into the mixer there. But Shin Dong-min takes his turn up the front. Tracy doesn't like to be off the front for very long, and here he is riding her up at the inside, but DiClemente seizing the opportunity, and Clayton DiClemente
Well, Tracy going again here, putting in a lot of effort early in this race. He's got to make sure he has the legs for the finishing laps, but he's carrying the speed. These are 8-9 there.
A lot of time at the front, and so it is Tracy, Di Clemente, and Shin. Always watch out though, Natalini and a car who has his finishing speed. Shin, a little wobble out of the corner there. Di Clemente, great move outside the in to take the lead. Here comes Natalini.
What an outside move for Natalini. Doing that when they're going 9 seconds. He's continuing, just accelerating off the front here on the bell. We're on a car.
1 to go. Natalini just turns on the jets. A car trying to hang on in second. Di Clemente lost it a little bit, but it will be a car getting through in second spot. And again, he is flying right now. Both these guys, medals yesterday individually, and success breeds success, I guess.
Thomas Natalini there, my goodness. That race was flipping very well, and he made that outside pass just beautifully and showed no signs of fatigue or exhaustion, just continuing with that speed to create some massive separation and take that win.
Natalini, 125. The third place time, Niall Tracy, 126.984. That puts him ahead of Melle van 't Vout, and so if the results are confirmed,
well, we're going to be reviewing that inside pass by Torganakar and Clayton Di Clemente going into the last lap of this race.
Possible failure to give way. But Natalini, I'd say he's introducing himself to us, but he's been doing that all season.
Well, a great move, first move from Torganakar to get into third, but there's that pass. It's so tight there. Pushing out Clayton Di Clemente.
Chance for the pose at the line. As the battle ensued right behind him. Nice skate for Thomas Natalini to the ISU.
Final decision. Penalty for skater number 31 from Turkey. Advancement to skater number 28 from United States of America.
There you go. So it is a penalty on a car. And Di Clemente to the semifinals on the advancement here. It is failure to give way. Oftentimes that's just getting by a little too late on the straightaway.
Clayton Di Clemente still ahead here. Very tight on the entry.
So there you go, Natalini and Tracy going through as the car gets penalized, and Di Clemente takes up an advancement spot, which means there's one third place option left, and that is Lorenzo Previtali at the moment. And this one, the A final, no, just look at this list for a quarterfinal. Our Dutch colleagues pointed this out to me before. They said, hey, look at heat number 4.
Go to the start. Ready.
Felix Roussel, Jens van 't Vout, William Donjanu, Jumbo Hao, Hyundai Han, Yoshinaga Kazuki. There is so much talent in this heat alone, and it's the two Canadians at the front.
Jumbo Hao pushing on the outside. Love to see the newcomer not afraid to mix it up with the big names on the track out here.
He's a guy who's been shouting himself, announcing himself to the field this weekend. In the absence of a lot of his senior colleagues, Jumbo Hao has had a great weekend. Felix Roussel the lead. Donjanu as Jung almost loses it on the corner. Van 't Vout also moving up the inside. Shoulder to shoulder. Donjanu drops a lot of speed.
Felix Roussel comfortable out in the front. Donjanu now working his way into third. This is a quick race, 8-7 lap time there.
And it is Roussel, but Donjanu gaining up the speed as the laps tick down. Jens van 't Vout for the lead, and he gets through at
the bell. It is Jens van het Veld, Felix Roussel, but Donjanu battling back. He's going to have his cheek to pass his teammate. He took an arm on the helmet there. And Donjanu, let's see if his reach is there. I think it is.
Donjanu, what a finish. He had a ton of work to do to get back into that race after that very tight inside pass from Jens van het Veld. And not giving up. I got to credit Donjanu on that last corner entry. Shifting wide, 2 hard crossovers into the corner to accelerate on the outside and shoot for that finish. 1:24 quits the fastest time we've seen.
And what is being reviewed is that when they both made their pass, Van het Veld, Donjanu, they did come shoulder to shoulder, but it's two guys who went around and maybe just coming into the same space. But that is not my call to make, fortunately. But he also took a whack on the helmet from Roussel, who had his arm out
right
the back.
Here, oh, they just cut us off. No, it's another look.
Here
both going around. Jens van het Veld jumping really tight there on the entry as William Donjanu is coming around the outside. Both skaters going for that same position. But what we see is one skater on the outside, one skater on the inside, both coming back for the same position.
And in the end, that was cleared. It's just only so much ice. Two guys who essentially took 2 different paths to come to the same place. But in the end, Roussel also is through as the 3rd place qualifier with a 1:24.9, the 1 qualifier. And those are going to be some absolutely breathtaking semifinals to come after our next ice resurfacing break. But yeah, I'll say again, the Dutch broadcasters, our colleagues at NOS, they sent a full crew this week, and I believe TV and radio, and when I sat down, they just went, hey, look at heat number 4 in the men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. Lived up to the billing, and I'll always say Jens van het Veld, William Donjanu, friends off the ice, incredible rivals off the ice. Those rivalries are what drive the sport forward. And there is the list of qualifiers, and not really much time to draw breath is there, because we go right into the finals of the women's 1,500 meters. This one does have a B final. And down on the ice, there will be the introductions. Without so much of the razzle-dazzle, but nice to have all the athletes introduced one at a time. There is the start list. Nakashima Mirei, Shimsuki, Chloe Olivier, Ariana Siegel, Valentina Ashchich, and Hana Desmet, and Young Jingru.
De la ligne numéro 1, starting in lane number 1, representing Japan, Nakashima Mirei. De la ligne numéro 2, starting in lane number 2, representing the Republic of Korea, Shin-Suki. Starting in lane number 3, de la ligne numéro 3 de la France, Chloé Olivier. De la ligne numéro 4, starting in lane number 4, representing Italy, Ariana Siegel. De la ligne numéro 5, starting in lane number 5, representing Croatia, Valentina Ashchich. De la ligne numéro 6, starting in lane number 6, representing Belgium, Hana Desmet. Et de la ligne numéro 7, starting in lane number 7, representing the People's Republic of China, Yang Jingru.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off.
this is the pace that it would stay the entire way.
Well, this is all a part of the tactics and the strategy of short track speed skating. Very controlled start. People often saying, well, often asking, oh, why don't they just go for it? Well, if you're going for it in the lead, you're pushing the pace, you're expending a lot of energy, and you're also creating a drag effect for the skaters following you, making it easier for them to stick with you. So you don't want to make it easier on them and harder on yourself. That's why we often don't see these finals going quickly, because there's no incentive for time.
And if you watched us earlier, you would have seen Anna Janssone, Latvia, throwing caution to the wind, launching an attack on the field. She very nearly made up the lap, which would have allowed her to maybe tuck into the draft, but just ran out of energy. It is an absolutely exhausting race over 1,500 meters, and then the field, as they started to pick it up, they closed the gap. And so, yeah, there's a reason why they don't go out like gangbusters in the 1,500 meters, as Chloe Olivier.
These athletes still racing for a top 10 finish at the World Championships, which would be a massive result for any of them.
And it is Olivier getting around Nakashima. Nakashima, 22 years of age.
Anna Smith saves her footing there. Bit of a clash of the skates going into that corner. Yeah, that will zap a little energy from the legs of Anna Smith. She has a lot of work to do back in position number 6 if she wants to get to the front of this race.
It's a battle back and forth. Olivier and Nakashima going back and forth. Shimsuki just watching, waiting. Young Jingwoo also stepping out for perhaps an acceleration. Now she goes up the inside, 4th to 2nd.
Oh, Anna Smith just squeaking through between Seagal and Shimsuki, and then turns it into an outside all the way to the front.
The way to the lead, and Hannah Smith, we've seen it before, when she gets to the front, she can just absolutely floor it, and she will ride it all the way around, and looking like she will take the B final. Good way to finish for Hannah Smith.
Wow, that was just a terrific move from Hannah Smith. I cannot wait to see the replay. She was going on the outside of Seagal as Shimsuki was there as well. She just squeezed through the middle of them. Maintained that speed, transitioning it to an outside pass to the front for the win.
Has her fans in attendance. This, of course, was her home for a long time, training the Belgian side, a long time training in Montreal. They've changed it up, going back to Hungary and out of Budapest, but this man, of course, does have fond memories of Montreal. Battle early between Olivier and Nakashima.
So we'll see if we catch that earlier incident where Hannah Smith had a slip up going into the corner and lost a lot of speed.
Might have been actually they looked at maybe contact from behind on Ariana Seagal, but it did not affect the overall result of the race.
There was that squeak through pass, just beautifully done.
One of the best passers in the game, never ever afraid to make the attempt. Us what is to come. Here we are, Desmet confirmed, winning the B final. Young Jingwoo in 2nd, Ariana Seagal in 3rd. So that is 8th on down. We are patching up the ice as always. We will roll into, let's just see, is there an ice resurfacing break after this? Yes, so you don't have to hustle too much after your next round of interviews. Just to finish off the job, the backdrop is up. You wait for the athletes to step onto the ice. They'll get their proper introductions in just a moment as the lights go down. You know what? I'm going to let them take care of it.
1500 meter. Et la ligne de départ numéro 1, Olympic bronze medalist Corinne Stoddard, USA. Et la ligne numéro 2, the three-time Olympic champion Chandra Velzeboer, Netherlands, Pays-Bas. Ligne de départ numéro 3, Michel Velzeboer, Netherlands, Pays-Bas. Et ligne numéro 4, médaille de bronze olympique au relais, Danae Blair. Et ligne numéro 5, the four-time Olympic medalist, Courtney Sarro, Canada. Et la ligne numéro 6, the reigning Olympic champion, Kim Gilly, Republic of Korea. Et la ligne numéro 7, the two-time Olympic medalist, Elisa Confortola, Italia.
Everywhere you look, top-end talent. Another A final packed to the brim with the best in the sport. And we have the Maurice Richard sold out to the doors, ready to watch some greatness.
Go to the start. Ready.
Stoddard. Velzeboer's time 2, Blake, Sarro, Kim, Confortola. Confortola, she's already heard the anthem, the Italian anthem playing today. 3 medals this weekend.
Very strategic start to this
one.
1500-meter
Gamesmanship, cagey.
Well, off to a very controlled start here.
When it's a peloton like that, without it being strung out, you know the speed isn't into it just yet, but that will start to change in pretty short order as Corinne Stoddard hits the front.
Well, Cassandra Velzeboer, she is known as the sprinter. She has the best top-end speed, and the longer this race stays slow, the more it plays to her hand.
Reshuffling, Cassandra Velzeboer, Sarro decides she'll go to the front.
Nobody wanted to quite push the pace, but everybody wanted to be in those top 2 positions. Now Stoddard taking her turn to move up.
As Danae Blair and Sarro may be recognizing the opportunity to pop 2 Canadians on the front.
Confortola's turn now. Stoddard now responding.
Let's see what Stoddard can do, dropping the pace even more. Inside, 7 to go. Sarro. They had some absolutely epic struggles on World Tour. Sarro and Stoddard. Cassandra Velzeboer there. Danae Blair and Confortola goes down. And now Sarro on the front. Michelle Velzeboer hits the 2nd place right now.
Michelle Velzeboer just ran up on Sarro, lost her speed. Her and Stoddard go shoulder to shoulder. Now Kim Gilly making her first move.
There's still a long way to go in this one. There's still 3.5 laps. But Kim Gilly on the front. This is a red alert for everyone else in the field. There is a gap opening up. Cassandra Velzeboer trying to close it down. 2 to go. Kim Gilly is already a world champion this weekend.
She has a lap and a half to go. It is Kim, it is Sandra Velzebor, it is Corinne Stoddart. 1 to go. Kim Gilly, 1 gold medal. And this one will be Kim Gilly making it 2. Sandra Velzebor second, Corinne Stoddart in third, and Kim just reconfirming her dominance in this distance. The 1500 is hers.
Well, Kim Gilly stayed patient throughout the entire start of that race. We saw so many little moves and passes from every skater wanting to be at the front early. But Kim Gilly, patient as always, resting in the back, conserving her energy for one incredible strike to the front to bring home the gold medal here. What a race from Kim Gilly.
Yesterday, she left it very, very late, down to the final few meters. This time, just made it look effortless.
Wow, just a dominant performance from Kim Gilly there.
Sandra Velzebor, you know, a sign of just how much of an all-round skater has become. She's the fastest woman in the world in the 500, but here she is with a silver medal in the 1500. And then Corinne Stoddart matching the bronze medal that she won in Milan at the Olympics. So many lead changes, so many shuffles of position. And that's the incident, just contact coming out of the corner. And when Kim just built up the speed on the outside, and she was gone, disappearing into the sunset. And it was Stoddart with the move on Siro to get third. After we get a look at this race, we will go down to the ice for the final ruling.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 7 from Canada.
In the previous race, penalty given to Danae.
There it is, Danae Blaine getting the penalty. From behind, you see it coming out of the corner right there, throwing Elisa Confortola off, the click of the blades there. They both went down. That does not affect the podium, however. And Kim Gilly gets World Championship number 2 in Montreal. Gold for Kim for Korea. Silver, Sandra Velzebor of the Netherlands. Corinne Stoddart for the USA.
We will proceed shortly with the award ceremony for the ladies 1500-meter event.
So it looks like everybody is in their position for the formalities, and as the graphic goes up, victory ceremony, and we'll throw it down to the ice level for the medal presentation.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve féminine du 1500 mètres du championnat du monde ISU CNSG courte piste 2026. The medal ceremony for the women's 1,500 meters at the 2026 ISU CNSG Short Track World Championships. Les médailles seront présentées par, the medals will be presented by the ISU representative for the event, Mr. Tron Espelli. Accompanied by the referee, Madame Beta Barar. En troisième position et gagnante la médaille de bronze. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing the USA, Corinne Stoddart. Madeleine Stoddard. En deuxième position et gagnante de la médaille d'argent des Pays-Bas. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands, Sandra Velzeboer. Sandra Velzeboer. En première position, gagnante de la médaille d'or et championne du monde de courte piste 2026 sur 1500 mètres. In first place, winner of the gold medal in 2026 1500 meter world champion representing the Republic of Korea, Kim Ki-lee. Kim Ki-lee. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si vous êtes capable pour l'hymne national de la Corée. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able to for the national anthem of the Republic of Korea. Mesdames et messieurs les médaillés, ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
For the second time this weekend, Kim Gilly gets to celebrate an individual
We will
world
have the
championship.
athlete
More than
photos
that,
and then
she gets
shortly
to have a second
head down to
interview
ice
with
level
Darren.
for the interview with the new 1500 meter world champion, fresh off of her 1000 meter win yesterday.
Throw it down to the ice.
On the ice with Kim Gilly, 1,000 meter world champion yesterday, 1,500 meter world champion today. How special does that feel?
Oh, it's so amazing, and I'm so happy to win the gold after yesterday.
Well, congratulations. That was an amazing race. Would you do me the favor of throwing this out?
There you go, better than her first attempt last time when her toss ended up back on the ice. She's had some practice now, Kim Gilly, another gold medal.
racing will resume in 14 minutes at 3:34 p.m.
Blocks of racing still to come on the other side of this ice resurfacing break. We'll have the 1,000-meter semis and finals, women's 500-meter quarters and semis, as you see the overall classification from that women's 1,500 meters. So all that to come on the other side of the break, and that is coming up in about 13 minutes from now. So we will take a break and see you on the other side.
Cet après-midi avec les demi-finales sur 1000 mètres du côté masculin. Et on aura un peu plus tard les finales, alors qu'on aura deux Canadiens en piste. Du côté féminin, eh bien, on sera sur la distance sprint avec les quarts de finale 500 mètres et les demi-finales qui suivront quelques minutes après.
Korea's Kim Gil-lee came home from Milano Cortina with 2 gold and a bronze medal. We had a chance to sit down with Kim Gil-lee to talk about her experience.
어렸을 때 이제 꿈을 갖게 된 무대가 올림픽 무대인데 올림픽 무대에서 꼭 금메달을 따고 싶었습니다. 일단 연습 대회 때 컨디션이 점점 좋아지는 게 느껴져서 이번 시합 잘 할 수 있겠다라고 생각이 들었는데 뭔가 버스 안에서까지만 해도 실감이 안 났는데 이제 딱 올림픽 마크 보이고 딱 이제 안으로 들어가자마자 뭔가 가슴이 웅장해지고 재밌었던 것 같아요. 최대한 부담감을 안 느끼려고 해서 뭔가 그냥 제 자신을 더 믿고 그냥 후회 없이 최선을 다하자는 마음으로 경기에 임했습니다. 일단 올림픽 첫 금메달을 개주에서 언니들이랑 다 같이 딸 수 있어서 너무너무 기뻤고 또 경기를 하면서 위험했던 순간들도 있었는데 언니들이 든든하게 뒤에서 받쳐준 덕분에 저도 잘 끝까지 마무리할 수 있어서 더 좋았습니다. 경기에 임했고 또 더 뭔가 마지막 경기다 보니까 후회 없이 끝까지 최선을 다하자라는 생각으로 하다 보니까 뭔가 기회가 계속 났는데 기회를 놓치지 않고 잘 풀어나갔던 것 같습니다. 가족들과 제 팬들이 너무너무 기뻐해줘서 너무너무 행복했고 또 많은 관심과 사랑을 받아서 뭔가 신기하기도 하고 또 행복하기도 하고 또 재밌었습니다. 네. 올림픽이 끝나고 나서 뭔가 자신감이 더 생겼고 그리고 또 제 부족한 점이 뭔지에 대해서 더 고민하면서 이제 더 성장할 수 있던 계기가 된 경기였습니다.
So Tyler, Kim Gil-lee, a couple years removed from her Crystal Globe season, but proving in Italy that she is one of the best on the ice in short track. What made it work in Italy for her?
Well, it was really interesting watching the Olympic Games play out for Kim Gilly. I think she still was a little unsure of herself. She wasn't having the greatest world tour. As you mentioned, she was previously the Crystal Globe champion, but she wasn't delivering those results as we saw before. However, coming into the Games, she was gaining confidence race after race. We saw her capture that bronze medal in the 1,000 meter, and I think that kind of lifted a weight off her shoulders. That carried her to gold in the 1,500 meter, and then with the team capturing gold in the relay, just an incredible performance from her.
Kim Gilly with a great Olympics. And now just to change things up a little bit, the athletes here, there's a lot of kit they have to carry to the arena. We sat down with Andrew Heo of the United States to see what he carries with him.
My name is Andrew Heo, and I'm on Team USA, and I'm going to show you today what I carry with me to the competitions. First off, we have my skates. These are very special, very custom to every skater's foot, their own foot, how it's shaped, so that we could feel the best out there on the ice. On this side, this is my dad's initials, and this is my mom's initials. The story behind that is everyone sees me on the ice, but what you don't see is on the inside, which is the left side, and that's just like the parents, and you know, they supported me and everything like that. So that's kind of the meaning behind those. So this is my blade box where we carry our spare blades. We kind of label them a little bit to kind of give them nicknames just so that we know what's what. Our coach, Steve, he went along with the theme of Peanuts characters or Snoopy's alter egos. This one's called Black Beagle. That's one of Snoopy's alter egos. So I always carry around like a big backpack like this, like a duffel. I'll start with this. We got my helmet. I wanted to do something for the Olympics, actually, and so I thought about it a lot, and all I really wanted to do was kind of make sure it had some sort of representation of USA. The cut-proof suit under, so we don't get cut. And then, yeah, we have our USA skin suit, you know, Team USA. It's very aerodynamic. And then on the bottom, we got our knee pads, just for protection. These shin guards, we have to put them inside our suits. Some suits I know come with shin guards, but ours don't come with them. Then we got our gloves, our cut-resistant gloves as well. These are white because it's mainly for the refs. They'll be able to see penalties if we're using our hands or where they're kind of going and stuff like that. So it just makes it easier to see, so that's why they're white. And so these are actually supposed to help for when we put our hand down on the ice. It helps us kind of glide and we don't get a lot of drag, I would say. We got my just hard guards. These go over the skates just to protect our blades as we're walking. So you kind of put them on like this. My glasses. When I wasn't wearing glasses, I would get a lot of ice sprayed at my face, and especially with how fast we're going and everything, things can just start flying. I got my little towel. This is my towel. My mom bought a bunch of these, and we started using these when we were younger, but I just always keep this. It's kind of like good luck for me. I use this to dry off my skates after I skate because it's ice and ice melts, and so ice can get on your blade and, you know, just wipe it off, because if it doesn't, it can rust. Here, the last thing I have is obviously my water bottle. And then in the other pockets, I would say I have my wrenches. This is our transponder. And then in here, I have some stockings, kind of just like skating socks. And then the last thing I have in here is just a corner belt, a turn belt. This is just for, you know, skating movements, warm up, train the skating position, get stronger in that way. So yeah, that's all I take with me in my bag throughout the season.
Always love those insights from inside the world of short track. Back to the action in Montreal in just a few moments.
Ce programme est le moyen idéal pour débuter et se faire de nouveaux amis. Alors, qu'attendez-vous? Inscrivez-vous dès maintenant et découvrez votre nouvelle passion.
Évidemment, se qualifier pour la grande finale un peu plus tard aujourd'hui. Et du côté des dames, on les retrouvera malheureusement les trois Canadiennes ensemble dans la quatrième vague de quart de finale avec trois autres patineuses. Et tout donc tenter de conclure parmi les deux premières places avant de pouvoir se qualifier pour les demi-finales. On verra, mais on aura certainement beaucoup d'action avec la reprise des courses qui, je le rappelle, aura lieu dans un peu moins de 2 minutes.
Right back into the thick of things. Men's 1,000-meter semifinals on tap. 2 heats. Top 2 from each race and up to 1 fastest third-place skater to qualify for the A final. This block of racing we have the men's 1,000 semifinals, followed by the women's 500-meter quarterfinals, and then those who do make it out of the semis will test the finals right after that. And confirm. So then they'll do the ceremony. Tyler, you're gonna hustle back down after the 1,000, and then we will continue on with the women's 500-meter semifinals. So no flood after the medal presentation. I want you back here right away, mister.
Oh my goodness. I was out of breath yesterday when I had to do that wind sprint up the stairs.
But you're a guy who's always going to the gym. What are you doing there?
Apparently not running enough.
You got to do some more cardio, my friend. First heat out on the ice. And it will feature Man Alive. Will it feature a lot to watch for Jens van het Vout, who took a bump, I think, on the hip yesterday when he had a collision. William Dongenou. The rivalry renewed once again. Felix Roussel, Reynes Berzins, and Stan de Smet. Might this be the moment for Berzins to get back to an A final? It'll be for the first time in a while now. But if Stan de Smet is in with a shout and needing to make a pass, you know he is going to give it his absolute best and then some.
Well, I want to try to predict this race, but
no, I don't want to ask you.
What could happen here? Certainly going to be a battle for the lead position. All these skaters, Felix Roussel, William Dongenou, Jens van het Vout, love to be out front in the race. Jens van het Vout's been looking so strong with his passing. On Friday in the qualifying, we just saw him with an incredible inside pass.
Do one of those predictions like they're all going to have fun or something like that. But even then, I don't know.
Well, they they may consider that, you know, someone may go quick for that time possibility as well.
See how this one. It's lit up.
Encore mesdames, messieurs, restez silencieux si possible lorsque les patineurs sont à la ligne de départ. Merci.
Go to the start. Ready.
Does opt to take it out. It is Van het Vout off the line. He's had his lumps this season. Injuries, some sickness as the World Tour started. Of course, peaking at the Olympics when it mattered most. But now Stan de Smet really opening things up. And Berzins tried to get around to third on the inside, but Van het Vout just got right in front of him.
Well, Stan de Smet not often going to lead early in the races because he's such a capable passer, but he understands the depth of this field, so he wants to get up there quickly, and Felix Roussel leading this one out.
There's Roussel, de Smet, Dongenou, and now Dongenou into second to make it Canadians 1-2, and that should be a warning sign for all the other skaters. It's going to be a whole lot more difficult to pass those top two positions as Dongenou hits the front.
Dongenou just leaning over so heavily to accelerate. Thought he might have lost the footing there, but he's able to maintain that speed into that pass. And Jens van Wout now working his way up into third.
And Berzins up into fourth. It's Dongenou at the moment. He's had his struggles in recent weeks getting around that corner just fine. And it is Dongenou, Van het Vout 1 and 2. De Smet, I know he can pass late, but this one might be too far for him. It is Dongenou and Van het Vout going 1 and 2. Roussel, we'll see how that holds up. 126, 1-3.
Strong skate from William Dongenou. It's good for him to be able to build off that little victory here into the final, but Jens van het Vout was in full control there. I don't know if you noticed how relaxed he was in that second position. He made that move on Felix Roussel with his arms on his back, and following it, he didn't even put a hand down on the ice. He was looking cool and collected at the end of that race there, so really going to be keeping an eye on him in the final. As always, such a threat. That two-time Olympic champion individually, plus the relay gold medal for Jens van het Vout.
Van het Vout has also been a little bit sick coming into this weekend, and so, you know, limping to the finish line of the season in many ways, where that rest will be so very welcome, but he's obviously wanting to go out on a high, and as we'd love to see it, the Dongenou Van het Vout head-to-head matchup. We're all excited to see in the final, with, of course, a whole lot of other talent along the line with them.
Felix Roussel will be waiting patiently. A 126.11 is a quick time in 1,000 meters, so that could very well stand. But another big race coming up.
Yeah, I'll say. And there we go, Dongenou Van het Vout to the A final. Roussel, we'll see if 126.111 will make it last. Berzins and de Smet to the B final. And now this one is about as wide open as they come. Im Jong-un, certainly if you're looking for the man in good form, he's up there. Brendan Corey, penalty aside in the 1500, also skating very well all weekend long. Thomas Natalini, Niall Tracy, and Clayton DiClementi. I mean, I think that first heat that had Corey in it, I think it was with him as well, and that was the fastest heat, if I'm not mistaken. It was until the last one, heat number 4. So, see what all that means as they get to the line. You hear the whistle. It has been loud in here, but Im, Corey, Natalini, Tracy, and DiClementi.
Go to the start. Ready.
This time it is in. getting to the front. We saw in the last round, Corey liked to jump ahead to the lead, but it is Natalini now. And we'll see where Niall Tracy goes, because he loves to go to the front. And yeah, he and Corey are of a kind, both going forward.
Corey from Australia, Niall Tracy, moving by the outside, Clayton Clemente following behind him. Quick start so far for this second race.
Clemente also getting up there. Yeah, this is Niall Tracy at work here.
Everybody's settled in for the moment. Still 6 laps remaining.
Corey, a little stumble out of the corner, does make the move and makes it stick, but the door is open for Di Clemente and Im to go all the way around, and Im Jong-un making the move for the lead. Here's a big warning for everybody.
Well, keep an eye on Natalini all the way back in position 5, leaving a gap to accelerate into. Watch him wind up the speed now. Natalini from position 5. Is he going to go now? Not yet. The pace is so high, though. It's so hard to go around the outside when you're sub 9 seconds here.
Natalini stuck at the back. 1 to go already. Im Jong-un, Niall Tracy 1 and 2. It might just be too fast for anyone to make a pass. Tracy stumbles. Di Clemente up the inside into second. Corey goes down. Im and Di Clemente. That is a fantastic result for the American.
And that was a fast race. My goodness. Now Tracy, he could be qualifying in on time. I don't think we're going to have any penalties that would lead to advancements there.
Tracy puts in unofficially a 1:25.18. They'll update it quickly. That would be faster than heat number 1. Corey took a tumble there on that final corner. And it would be an incident. It will be Natalini on Corey is what we're taking a look at. I'm not sure if that would affect the final outcome, but we look back.
Well, they were back in positions 4 and 5, so there wouldn't be an advancement from there. But if penalized, then we would not see Natalini in the final. And here's a look, Im Jong-un just making such easy work of this on the outside. Niall Tracy in perfect position to sit in behind, but he has that slip on the block that allows Clayton Clemente to capitalize on it.
Yeah, Natalini made the dive up the inside. Not sure really get that angle to see what might have happened, but you know, A final, I'm pretty sure for Clayton Di Clemente, this might be his first A final at the World Championship senior level. And so there it is, yeah. Incident cleared, and so Niall Tracy with the time fast enough to get into the A final, but Im Jong-un, that is going to be must-see viewing in the A final, throwing his hat in the ring with the likes of Donjanu and Bennett Bout. But of course, Di Clemente and Tracy don't just want to make up the numbers. There is the B final. We are changing things, picking up the speed a little bit more into the women's 500-meter quarterfinals. The men's 1,000 will be right back out after that, and so it's not a huge rest for those guys. There is heat number 1. Sandra Velzeboer, world record holder, Olympic champion. I think still the world champion from last year. So, and showing all weekend long that there doesn't seem to be much of an Olympic hangover, particularly in this distance. She's with Jung Chu-tong, Natalia Malashevska, Wang Xingran, and No Ah Rum.
Go to the start. Ready.
Always watch for that start. Velzeboer just so good. The only hope other skaters really have is if they can just stay close off the line. But so often, Velzeboer has the race won by that first corner.
And so often, it's not even just off the line or acceleration in the first lap. It's just so often unmatched. But Zhang Chu-tong doing a great job holding within reach.
Wang Xingran making the move on Malashevska.
But it is Zhang closing down on Velzebour a little bit. She takes a quick look over the shoulder. 1 to go, and these two are just pulling away. And it just looks like another professional performance from Sandra Velzebour in her signature distance. But a great skate by Zhang Chutang. And Wang Xingran getting up for third. 43.19 unofficially. But Velzebour, once again, does the business.
Just like clockwork. But Velzebour skating a tremendous number of races this weekend. Is that workload going to catch up with her?
If there's any perk is that she's in Heat 1 and gets that extra little bit of rest heading into the semifinals. Nothing getting reviewed in that race as we take a look back. Race we see so often. Velzebour quickest off the line and then just not really pressure the entire way. And the big challenge is just getting it around without any drama, and she did that just fine. The results confirmed. Second heat on the ice, and we will see Velzebour again. This time, of course, Michelle, Wang Ye, Corinne Stoddard, Hana Desmet, and Nagamori Haruna. Japan.
Go to the start. Ready.
The trademark Velzebour fast start has Michelle off in front. A little gap. Wang Ye, Stoddard in third.
Great speed shot from Michelle Velzebour, just getting those crossovers right through the corner. Really short pivot to accelerate again on the exit.
And it is Stoddard just fresh off her podium performance. Now with the move for second, catches right up, makes the move right when she has a chance into second. 1 to go. Michelle Velzebour still hanging on. But watch out, here comes Hana Desmet making the move for third, and she gets it. Now it's started, but it's too late. Michelle Velzebour, Stoddard, 1 and 2.
Michelle Velzebour, I think, putting up a quicker time than her sister.
A little bit, yeah. So 42.526. It's just a few hundredths of a second, but hey, she'll take over a 42.591 from her sister. Let's see, the third place time adjusted is Hana Desmet 42.736. That is a little bit slower than Wang Xingran. Oh no, pardon me, Wang was 43.175. Yes, so
Hana Desmet's
is a little bit faster.
It's looking really good to go through at this point. We've got some really loaded quarterfinals coming up here for you.
6 in each heat. That will be a challenge for those out in positions 5 and 6. We also do have some skaters who've not really raced today, so others have done other races. They've been able to take it easy a little bit. There are the confirmed results. We move right into the third heat. Skaters already out on the ice. When I talk about skaters who have been rested, I look at the likes. In this one we have Selma Poutsma, Nicola Mazur, Berenice Combi, Ariana Siegel, Cornelia Wozniak, and Valentina Ashchich. And Siegel, Mazur, Ashchich we've seen already quite a few times today. This will be Cornelia Wozniak's chance to see how she compares. Fourth at the World Juniors a couple weeks ago in Salt Lake City as World Cup junior medals. It looked like she was not out of her depth when we saw her on qualifying on Friday.
Selma Poutsma in lane position number 1. Very much like the Velzebour sisters, can just explode off that start line. So watch to see her first to the corner, and just attacking this race out front.
It'll be interesting to see right there. Berenice Combi, still just 19 years old, has a silver from the World Juniors in the 500 meters previously. And, you know, based on what we've seen when we saw that mixed relay with her, she was closing down some gaps on some big-name skaters. So, given her chance in the individual race today, this will be certainly a very fun quarterfinal to watch.
De belles heures de bénévolat avec d'autres athlètes et d'autres entraîneurs sur la glace. Merci, messieurs, et
So once again, Poutsma, Mazur, Combi, Siegel, Wozniak, Ashchich, 6 skaters on the line in this 500 meters, and that will be the same in the next heat as well.
Go to the start. Ready.
Poutsma so quick off the line, an elite starter. Once again, flying away. Mazur just trying to stay close. Combi with a good start third. Combi and Wozniak third and fourth right now.
In third position right now is the French skater number 64,
It is now Combi looking up the inside for second on Mazur. Tucks in nicely. Great move by the skater from France. And now she has to chase down Salma Poutsma, who's so often, Tyler, we do see her start quickly. It's a matter of maintaining that over 500 meters. Doesn't look like it'll be a concern this time, though.
Wozniak taking Mazur, but Mazur going right back up the inside for third here.
The Polish teammates battling for third. But it is Poutsma and Combi going 1 and 2, and Berenice Combi, all smiles there. Those two, they trained together in Bormio. And Siegel with her congratulations. That feels like a breakthrough moment for a skater like Berenice Combi.
Absolutely. That opportunity going through to the top 10 in the 500-meter event, just a huge result for Berenice Combi. Interesting just to see Wozniak and Mazur wearing different Polish skin suits on the ice.
Different shades of red.
Yeah.
Another Mazur very nearly had that third place usurped by her teammate, but then took it back. But another good skate, promising side at her senior debut for Cornelia Wozniak. The third place time for Mazur, that merits a double fist pump. Psyched up. 43.
Love to see the celebrations there.
43.733 Mazur's time. That won't be enough. That was the third of 3 third place times we have so far. And yeah, there you see it. Poutsma, Combi moving into the semis. And this is a sport already where all bets are off, but when we reach the semifinals of the World Championships, it doesn't matter who you are. All bets are off, all the more, and anybody can have their day. Heat number 4. You know, it's a whole lot of CanCon for the home fans, but at the same time, it's all the Canadians in one heat, so some might be going home a little unhappy, but this will be Kim Boutin. What could be her final race. Coming to the end of a storied career. She wrapped up the women's relay yesterday. She obviously would love to go for 2 more. Courtney Sereau, Chiara Betti, Kim Boutin, Florence Brunel, Annabelle Green, and Petra.
Silence s'il vous plaît lorsque nos patineuses sont à la ligne de départ. Merci.
Go to the start. Ready.
Boutin has always been an electric starter, and that has not ever changed, and she goes from position 3 into first place. And Annabelle Green, another great start from position 4 into third.
Courtney Sereau now jumping up the inside of Annabelle Green. Kim Boutin, strong out front, nice 2 crossovers in to build that momentum.
It is Chiara Betti hanging on in second, but she has Courtney Sereau bearing down on her. Boutang hanging on, little wobble coming out of the corner. How might that affect her speed? Boutang still leading, and she will continue her story for at least one more race. Kim Boutang through to the semis. She's not done yet.
Not done yet at all. What a skate from Kim Boutang. Just firing all cylinders off that start line, giving the home crowd something to cheer about.
The defiant finger wag over the time, almost for the concept of time itself. I am not done yet. Kim Boutang, world champion in this distance. On course still for another one. And just looking. 43.036. Courtney Saro's time is quick enough to get through with the fastest third place time. So the two getting that. Hannah Desmet, Courtney Saro, but Boutang, despite they're just talking about her start from position number 3, she goes with a 42.946. And that's just a couple tenths of a second off the Velzebur's time. And Boutang, Betty Saro. There was a time there where it was almost when there was Boutang and Sandra Velzebor side by side, it was who wins the straight would likely win the race, and we might get to see another chance at that. As exciting quarterfinals in the 500 meters. And we move right along. Barely time to draw breath as we move back to the men's 1,000 meters. B final, A final. Tyler has to hustle down, get an interview, come back up, and then we will have the women's 500-meter semifinals. All that before the ice resurfacing break. Misty out here, final few races of the season. And look at that, the Velzebor sisters, the top 2 times in the 500 meters, but this time, as you pointed out, it was Michela going the quicker of the two, and we will begin with the B final. Here's Maurice Richard in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Gavin Day here alongside me, Tyler Dara. Thrilled, as always, to help guide you through some of the best action, short track, and sports, I think, can manage. The final, there you have it. Thomas Natalini, Felix Bussel, Reynolds Berzin, Stan Desmet, and Brendan Corey. All 5 out on the ice. All 5 will get their proper introductions down at the start line.
Présentation des athlètes pour la finale B. De la ligne numéro 1, starting in lane number 1, representing Italy, Thomas Natalini. Starting in lane number 2, de la ligne numéro 2, représentant le Canada, Félix Roussel. De la ligne numéro 3, starting in lane number 3, representing Latvia, Renis Persins. De la ligne numéro 4, starting in lane number 4, representing Belgium, Stijn Desmet. Et de la ligne numéro 5, starting in lane number 5, representing Australia, Brendan Corey.
Go to the start. Ready.
For some of these guys, this might be the last race of the season. Now look at Brendan Corey. Doesn't have relays to worry about. Berzin's in the same boat. Leave it all they can out there. Put on a good
show and then head off into the off-season. It is Corey on the front right now. Final 1500 yesterday. Crossed the line second. He was judged to have committed a penalty, and I believe it was on Felix Roussel himself.
It was.
Adelini going back, and Roussel will move up into second. So inside 5 to go. Corey Roussel, Berzins now getting up behind Corey.
Now Brendan Corey progressing the pace. You see him each lap just getting a little quicker. This is a nice progressive, putting him in great position as we see 3 laps to go. Felix Roussel trying to wind up. Brendan Corey is continually picking up the speed. You see that right arm dropping as he exits the turn, but Felix Roussel up the inside.
Doesn't matter if it's an A or B final, the Canadian fans cheering on their own. Brendan Corey trying to hold him off. He has that inside line. Here comes Roussel around the outside. And Roussel will get that and distance, and he will take the B final. Corey hanging on ahead of a hard-charging Stan de Smet.
Felix Roussel executing a beautiful outside pass. You see him setting it up with 2 crossovers into the corner, accelerating around the outside. So difficult to do at those speeds, but he did it just beautifully.
So I'll say this wasn't the final letter that he wanted to be skating in. He would have preferred A over B, but you finish off with a win. You will certainly take that. They are actually just going to double check that finish, of course, as they always do, but just checking to see if there's anything untoward. There's a little bit of grappling there at the finish line.
Well, Brendan Corey controlling from the front and executing just a great progressive through this 1,000-meter. Rainey Berzins squeezing up into the second position earlier. Felix Roussel here at the end, wide out there, jumping around. Just a beautiful outside move, carrying so much speed, no one could touch him back there.
I think I heard someone say the B final is the race no one wants to skate in, but it doesn't matter, it's a race, and racer's gonna race, and the Roussel will certainly take that. And that will put him in 6th. They are looking at a possible arm block of Brendan Corey on Berzins as they made that stretch to the line.
Looks like the decision has been made in this team final, just waiting for the entry. We will make any announcements if the official.
To the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 20 from Australia.
There you go. So twice that's Brendan Corey second over the line. Yesterday in an A final, today in a B final, but both times penalized. And yeah, he'll ask some questions, I'm sure, but they're saying it's an arm block over, and yeah, you can sort of see it reaching out on Berzins there. They ruled that that's a penalty. Sorry, you were saying?
Well, just saying that left arm of Brendan Corey reaching back, making contact with Rainey Berzins as Berzins was trying to go up the inside.
Sometimes that's almost just instinctive, where you're making that dash to the line and you throw whatever you can at the wall, so to speak. But there are your results. Roussel, de Smet, Berzins, Natalie. Count as 10th for Brendan Corey. That was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 is in the A final.
That's correct. just gone silent.
Place à la présentation des finalistes sur l'épreuve masculine de 1000 mètres. Time now to introduce finalists for the men 1000 meters. La ligne de départ numéro 1, the 1500 meter world champion Rim Jong-un, the Republic of Korea. République de Corée. Ligne de départ numéro 2 on lane number 2, Clayton DeClemente, USA. Ligne numéro 3 on lane number 3, Niall Tracy, Great Britain. Ligne numéro 4, 2 fois champion du globe de cristal, le Canadien volant William Dadjinou. Et de la ligne 5, the reigning 1000 meter Olympic champion, Jans van Vaart, Netherlands. Il y a de l'électricité dans
all eyes will look to the battle between Dadjinou, Van Vaart, Im, but Tracy, DiClemente will want to show that they are not just there to make up the numbers. World Championship medals on the line. Men's 1000 meters. Dadjinou Ultras in the corner, getting the fans going. That's the drum you hear. So 1 through 5, Im Jong-un, Clayton DeClemente, Niall Tracy, William Dadjinou, Jens van Vaart.
Go to the start. Ready.
Who wants to jump to the front first? And it is Im who takes things up right away. Quick check through the legs to see if everyone's behind him, and they are. Not long though. Dadjinou, Tracy making their moves.
Tracy pushing the front, keeping Dadjinou to the outside, who's tucking back in a second. Keeping a close eye against Van Vaart, position number 5. 5 laps to go now. Tracy still pushing the speed out front.
Van Vaart up into 4th ahead of DeClemente. And he still has Im Jong-un, William Dadjinou, Niall Tracy in front of him. Niall Tracy picking up the pace. 3.5 to go.
Dadjinou leaving a bit of a space between him and Niall Tracy if he needs to defend or accelerate. Doing just that on Im Jong-un, but Jens van Vaart seizing the moment there, and Im Jong-un on the outside.
Im Jong-un, we all know who he is right now, but still, in his first year of senior competition, he is out to prove that this is a phenomenon named Im Jong-un, but here comes William Dadjinou. Dadjinou closes, makes the move, who gets it? I think Dadjinou takes it. We are going to see, Donjanu, how much emotion is in that moment if this is a world championship. What have we just witnessed?
What an incredible finish. We are still waiting for that photo to come up for confirmation of these results. Im Jong-un struck with a beautiful move, beautiful timing on the outside to create a ton of separation, but William Donjanu charging late for that finish. Was it enough? Everybody waiting in anticipation.
Fantastic moment between two champions, and we'll wait for official confirmation. They're both waiting together as we look back on the results, but champions are defined by how they handle adversity, and Donjanu has faced a world of adversity these past few weeks. And we'll see how it goes, but he has proven why he is a champion.
Well, here's this outside move from Im Jong-un. Beautifully timed outside pass there, but William Donjanu having to re-accelerate.
And this will confirm it in one moment. Im had just a big lead, but never, ever giving up the fight. William Donjanu getting ahead of his...
Look at the gap here. Look at the separation between Donjanu. That's on the bell. That's with one to go.
And here we go, and he's got it. When it feels like the world might be against you, Donjanu has had his moments these past few weeks. The Olympics did not go as planned, but that was February. This is March, and Donjanu is a world champion. What's interesting is the results are still not official, so we've seen how it goes, but in this sport, well, let's just see. To the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 1 from Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is turned to the referee. We have a penalty given at the finish, arm block for the skater from Canada, William Donjanu.
And man alive. Let's have a look. He reached the arm across. And that is an arm block. And you could certainly see it. He lift the arm up, but it is a penalty for William Donjanu, but incredible race for them, and Im Jong-un makes it 3. And so that means Im Jong-un, world champion. Pardon me, a second world championship for Im Jong-un. Another gold medal for Korea. Niall Tracy getting up for the bronze medal. Wonderful accomplishment. Coach Richard Shoebridge. Tracy has been skating well all weekend long, and so gets to celebrate a well-deserved bronze medal. But as they say, that's short track. And remember, did notice looking down there, Im's coaches were sort of pointing up and said, hold up. They are still looking. The sport never ceases to amaze. Incredible race, regardless of outcome, but it is Im Jong-un on top of the world.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve masculine du 1000 mètres du championnat du monde ISU CNSG de courte piste 2026. The medal ceremony for the men's 1,000 meters at the 2026 ISU CNSG Short Track World Championships. Les médailles seront présentées par, the medals will be presented by the ISU representative for this event, Mr. Tron Espelli. Accompanied by the referee, Madame Beta Padar. En troisième position et gagnant la médaille de bronze, in third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Great Britain, Niall Tracy. Niall Tracy. En deuxième position et gagnant de la médaille d'argent. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands, Jens van het Voort. Jens van het Voort. En première position, gagnant de la médaille d'or et champion du monde de 1000 mètres. In first place, winner of the gold medal in 1,000 meter world short track champion representing the Republic of Korea, Im Jong-un. Im Jong-un. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si vous êtes capable pour l'hymne national de la Corée. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able to for the national anthem of Korea. Mesdames et messieurs les médaillés, ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
second gold medal of the games for Im Jong-un to go along with 2 for Kim Gil-lee. And so, memorable weekend for the Republic of Korea. Bringing home plenty of gold medals. They'll get their picture, and then we will hear once again from Im Jong-un with our own Tyler Dara.
Heading down to ice level for the interview with the new world champion. Take it away, Tyler.
Here with Im Jong-un, world champion again, this time in the 1,000 meter. What a spectacular finish there. How do you feel?
It was most tired of my life race, so it's so proud of myself. It's so happy.
Well, congratulations, world champion. Will you throw this out for me?
What a race from the
We still have a couple races to come before we head into our next ice resurfacing break. But Im Jong-un celebrating another world championship. Years old already. 2 times a world champion. At what point is he a phenom? Im Jong-un, the beginning of what could be a long, long, storied career. We go right back to it. Women's 500-meter semifinals coming up. Two heats in all, top 2. And up to 1 fastest third-place skaters to go for the medals. The races for the medals will be right after the next ice resurfacing break. Making sure the ice is in good shape. Boutin on the ice for Canada. Not wanting this one to be the swan song just yet, wanting that to come with a medal around her neck. So heat number 1, we'll have Michelle Velzeboer, Corinne Stoddard, Hannah de Smet, Kim Boutin, and Bérénice Combi. Perhaps the big breakthrough moment, the young skater from France who may be transitioning that promise shown at the junior ranks to the senior level. And of course that French program will be one to watch over the next 4 years as they build towards hosting an Olympic Games. Tyler, you weren't here when we saw the penalty, but man, this just had all the drama in the world, didn't it? You can look and you saw Danjanu with the arm up. That opens the door to the possibility of the review, but it's high drama. But honestly, can't fault Danjanu. The gap that he closed in that final lap was sensational.
He's got to take that positive away, but it's certainly a difficult pill to swallow.
Go to the start. Ready.
And let's see how Boutin goes. This time the start, not able to jump ahead any positions, but she will wind it up on the outside. It is Michelle Velzeboer, Hannah de Smet, Corinne Stoddard, and now Bérénice Combi into 4.
Oh, but Velzeboer down.
Michelle Velzeboer goes down, and now Stoddard jumps to the lead ahead of de Smet. And now de Smet will be watching behind her. This is Combi for second now, and she goes in with de Smet.
But Boutin's down now.
Also
the
down,
race is still
and Michelle
on.
Velzeboer is still in the running for second. Corinne Stoddard this time avoiding all the drama.
Selma. And it's almost a victory lap for her. She navigates around the traffic. And who's going to get silver? Second. Michelle Velzemore's grabbing the side of her head as she goes.
I think Kim Boutin took a blade to the leg there. She's holding that right thigh.
And I think Karen Stoddard was all of us there going, wait, what? Not the way you want that career to finish, but Boutin making sure she finishes, getting over the line if this is in fact the end. The great Kim Boutin's career, she wanted to make sure she got to that finish line one final time. But we'll see what the review says. It all kind of kicked off with Combi going inside on Hannah de Smet.
Well, Velzebore, I believe, went down on her own off the front of the race. That was that inside pass by Berenice Combi on Hannah de Smet, where things unfolded. Both skaters and Kim Boutin then going down.
They actually have Combi finishing in second. But of course that pass is going to be up for review. There's Michelle going down on her own.
Keep an eye on the charging via He's going to be right there. Late entry pass, possibly failure to give way, potentially.
Then also you do see the arm hanging over, but it's at the big point. When did Combi get in front? Yes, Stoddard. Okay, I'll take it. She was on the other foot for her this time, because so much in that Olympics was the tragedies that befell her, but this time it goes to everybody else. She just sort of skates away to victory, and she will certainly take that. Yeah, the big thing is, where was Combi? And at what point does a failure to give way become an arm block on the corner?
You see Hannah de Smet really jumping over on the entry of the corner to close that gap. Combi.
See, de Smet also change over. I don't know if you could look for a lane change. There's so much you can watch for on that corner. Again, fortunate that we aren't the ones making these decisions. Checking to see how de Smet's doing. And then, of course, if there is the possible late entry, the possible arm block, then it's shared responsibility and there's no penalty.
They're going to break down all the different components of that pass and that defensive move there, if you will, from Hannah de Smet to defend her second position.
When so much happens in a split second, even slow down, it's so difficult to spot these things.
Final decision. No penalty due to shared responsibility between skater number 4 from Belgium and skater number 64 from France.
So what that means is that Berenice Combi got up first and crossed the line in second and will go to an A final. And so it's a bit of everything here. You could say a late entry, but then you look at the arm across as well.
You can see really Hannah de Smet shift over quite aggressively right at that first block as soon as she felt she was really under pressure of that pass.
And so then unfortunate for Kim Boutin. She was sort of the bystander in that and not in an advancement position, but we'll pause just to appreciate the career that it has been for Kim Boutin. Obviously not the end she wanted, but she went out racing.
Well, still a B final ahead of her.
Right, there's a B final. Sandra Velzebore, Selma Poutsma.
Go to the start.
Chiara Betti, Courtney Sereau. Watch the start from lanes 1 and 2.
Ready.
Two of the best in the world representing the Netherlands, and this time it is Selma Poutsma getting away quicker than her teammate.
Well, it is not often that you see Sandra Velzebore beaten to the first block, but Poutsma from lane 2 over the top of Sandra Velzebore.
But what we know about Velzebore is that she doesn't have just the fast start, she has the fast finish, middle, all of it. She's closing up on Poutsma and the move for the lead, and Sandra Velzebore
has it. 1 to go, and it could be Dutch skaters 1 and 2 going into the A final. As the battle for third carries on behind them, it'll be Betty looking like she might take third. And yes, it's Sandra Velzeboer, Selma Poutsma, 1 and 2.
Well, big result for Betty there because that would be the fastest time.
True. Of course, there's all the drama of that last race.
Selma Poutsma really put Sandra Velzeboer to the test there. She's not usually the one having to make the move to get the lead of the race.
So often. Maybe experiencing a little bit different just to test you for that A final so you're ready for whatever life throws at you there. And so it is Betty getting that third place time. So the B final first, Sarot and Jung, as well as Michelle Velzeboer, Hannah Desmet, and Kim Boutin will get hopefully one final race. She was grabbing her leg there, but we'd love to see one final ride for the great Kim Boutin. And then the A final. We do see the A final first. Betty Poutsma, Sandra Velzeboer, Bérénice Combi, a surprise perhaps, other than to her and her teammates, I'm sure. They knew the potential was there. Corinne Stoddard of the United States. We'll finish that off. There's a look at the B final. We'll get one final break. On the other side is the women's 500-meter finals, and then the epilogue, so to speak, the final chapter, the men's 5,000-meter relay. B final, then A final, back in about 15 minutes. Catch a break. See you soon. Now, Tyler, we've been fortunate enough to experience short track around the world, a couple of years of doing this. What really has gotten you excited about going into race weekends?
What I love is the energy building outside of the venue. As people are lining up to come in, you come into the building, it's just packed. Everybody's excited for the racing. And when it comes to racing, you get to those finals, the crowd grows silent. And then you just wait for that start gun to go off. You hear the blades clattering on the ice, and the skaters are into the action. And it's so much fun to watch, and I just truly recommend everybody get down here to see it live and in person.
Now, you mentioned the clack of the blades, something uniquely short track, the start of the race, that sound off the beginning. Now, there is a science to getting those blades ready for races. You got to look behind the scenes, and now we will share that with you.
I'm here with Laurent Dagnon, the blade master, the equipment manager for the Canadian short track speed skating team. And Laurent Dagnon is going to give us a little overview on skate sharpening and blade setup, and he's going to show us how it's done.
First of all, like every race, basically, we have to do sharpening. The athletes come to me, and we check the bend, we check the offset, everything is fine. And then we sharp them.
Can you just explain to me quickly what the offset is?
Well, basically, the offset is alignment of the blades to put the blades more on the direction of the
turn. Yeah.
So we don't touch the ice when when they lean.
So depending on the ice or where you guys are racing, you might change the offset, and that's to prevent it from basically booting out, making contact with the ice. How many blades would a skater have at a weekend competition like this at the World Championships?
For each athlete, we have like 5 to 7 pair of blades.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they use the same blades for every race, or do they have different blades they might use for one race or another?
It always depends on the skater. Sometimes they use the same pair of blades for all the weekend. Sometimes they switch every race depending on the setup, or if they had a bad feeling and then they switch. If they had a bad race, sometimes they just switch and continue on with a new one.
Well, maybe let's go over the sharpening if you want to show us how you sharpen a pair of blades.
Well, first of all, we put the blades on the jig. We go with 2 types of stone, like the red one, diamond stone, and the gold one. Same thing, it's metal plates with diamond on top. So basically I do like about 20, or depending of the edge we get. I check the edge, make sure it's constant, and then I finish with the gold stone. Usually we don't have much time between races, so we have to do it quick. So basically sometimes it takes one minute. So now I'm doing the deburr. So I'm using like a carbide. I pass it on the side.
You got to have a strong hand for this, a steady hand to use the carbide, because it really just cuts that metal right off. So now you're all done sharpening the blades here?
Yep.
Perfect. Laurent here is going to walk us through on how he reads the bend and then how he adjusts the bend of a blade.
So now we have a new pair of blades that I need to set up the bend. I am going through the numbers on the bend by using a gauge. And I see now that there's a little bit too much there, so I use a bender to bend the blades. So I do some little pressure, and the right blades and the left blades are different because we lean a bit more on the left than the right. We tend to get less bend on the left than the right.
Okay.
So that's something yeah. Everybody's got a different bend.
Well, Laurent, thank you very much. We all learned a lot. I think everybody learned something new about skates. And let's get back to the racing.
Now, with it being the final few races of the weekend, that means the off-season is right around the corner. We spoke to some of the athletes on how they plan to recover, rest, and rebuild for next season.
My toes will be in the sand. Let's just say that. We're gonna be by the beach.
I wanna do snowboarding, but my back, so I don't know. It's recovery time. It's just like to stay in focus, to be in focus, and then to do some physio things.
已经经历了1年1个周期的比赛，也该为自己放松一下。
I'm moving to Germany in 2 weeks with my dog. So I have 2 best friends that live near there. One's in Darmstadt and one's in Grosgaro. And then my boyfriend lives about 3 hours away in Geisingen. So I'm kind of moving my life there for the off season.
우선 이제 20살 성인이 되어가지고 대학교에 입학하게 되어 대학 생활도 좀 즐기면서 새로운 친구들도 사귀고 좀 그동안 좀 올림픽 준비하느라 못했던 가족들과 좀 편안하게 시간도 보내면서 좀 여행도 다니고 다 같이 저녁 식사하면서 편하게 대화할 수 있는 평범한 일상으로 돌아갈 것 같아요.
Just some vacation, enjoying some time off and see some family, some friends. I haven't been in Belgium in a really long time, so it's gonna be nice.
전에 뭔가 계속 달려왔으니까 뭔가 저를 1년 동안 계속 달려왔으니까 뭔가 휴양지 가서 푹 쉬고 싶습니다.
For sure some holidays, some good holidays, some warm place. I was even thinking about going to Australia because I've got my family there, so why not Australia?
夏天下个赛季我会变得更好，然后超越这些高水平运动员。
It's really going to be a time for me to reflect on what I've accomplished the last 4 years and really rebuild myself to become an even greater version of myself on and off ice. So I hope you get to see that. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, after the races, I will lay on the beach, see some sun, and that's nice. Just have fun and relax, and then reload for next season.
That recovery very important because it won't be long before they're back on the ice for preseason all leading to October and the start of a whole new World Tour season. Hoping you'll be back alongside to join for a whole new season of ISU International Short Track. But from here in Montreal, still one more world champion to be crowned.
La bonne réponse est Ariana Fontana. On a une soirée technique et parmi nous aujourd'hui. Donc c'est la patineuse la plus médaille autant chez les hommes que chez les femmes en courte piste dans l'histoire. Dernière question en préparation. Qui suis-je? Je suis annonceur officiel en patinage de pièce et actuaire. Est-ce qu'on parle d'ici de Caroline Truchon, Michel Simon, William Prudhomme ou bien Danny Lemay? La bonne réponse est Dan. Oh, ça c'est par exemple, c'est pas correct parce que ça c'est mon erreur. La bonne réponse c'est Danny Lemay. Ça fait les affaires. C'est mon erreur par exemple. On a un petit changement ici là. Il la met dans le sac. L'obstacle, est-ce que le 5 est parmi nous? Je vous invite à venir nous rejoindre au balcon. Tout de même, on aura eu la chance de se tromper. Puis là, on a récupéré les éléments, donc vous pouvez faire surprise certaines personnes de l'état d'assurance qui feront le tour pour vous lancer quelques objets. Donc voilà, on s'en va de retour dans quelques instants avec les finales de 500 mètres chez les dames. Malheureusement, on fait des Canadiens. En finale, on en retrouvera en finale B. Et tout de suite après, nous aurons évidemment la finale du côté 5 mètres relais masculin. Et on vous rappelle de rester des nôtres à la suite de ces cérémonies de médailles, indépendamment s'il y a des Canadiens ou non, et de demeurer bien assis pour la cérémonie spéciale de fin de journée à la Châteaucoise qui est le Cousin.
4 more races in this season still to come. B final, A final, women's 500 meters, B final, A final, men's 5,000 meter relays. And this race will mark the end of a storied career for the Canadians. Kim Boutin. And I don't think she's going to go off slowly. She's going to want to go out competing for every position out there, and the fans will undoubtedly do their part as well. But Boutin, one of 5 skaters in this B final, will be joined by her teammate Courtney Sereau, Jung Chutong, Michelle Velzeboer, and Hannah Desmetten. Yesterday, after the women's relay, Sereau was giving an interview speaking of the familial bond she has with Kim Boutin. She was saying it's Kim's last relay, and she's the one comforting me. Sereau had tears in her eyes. And we'll go down for the introductions.
Time now to introduce the skaters for the B final of the women's 500 meter. Présentation des patineuses pour la finale B du 500 mètres femmes. De la ligne numéro 1, on lane number 1 du Canada, Courtney Sereau. On lane number 2 from the People's Republic of China, Jung Chutong. On lane number 3, de la ligne numéro 3 from the Netherlands, Michelle Velzeboer. De la ligne 4, on lane 4 from Belgium, Hannah Desmetten. Et de la ligne numéro 5 à sa dernière course en carrière, la fusée de l'Estrie, Kim Boutin. Mesdames et messieurs, place à la finale B. Merci.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it's Boutin. Montreal really knows how to show their appreciation for their athletes, but Boutin going out of position 5 has a long way to go. It's Sereau on the front. I see Michelle Velzeboer changed up her helmet after the semis. She was holding it. I'm not sure if it was cracked, the fall or what have you, but it is still Sereau. And Michelle Velzeboer 1 and 2, but Velzeboer, a little slip there.
Sereau doing a great job up front. Velzeboer looking again, but losing her footing. She can't build any speed.
Sereau hard charging. Doesn't matter that this is the B final. Courtney Sereau wants to end the season on a high. It's been a season full of highs for Sereau, and I think she got up to take it just ahead of Michelle Velzeboer. But we'll just let Kim Boutin soak this in for the next 2 minutes. final time. Kim Boutin, even this season, has been a bit of an ordeal for her. Just getting to the Olympics was something of an accomplishment. She raced in Montreal to start the season. Couldn't take part in the middle races in Europe in November, but then came back and also just wanted one final salute, and the Montreal home fans showing their appreciation for one of the great women to skate in this sport.
Kim Boutin has just been an incredible racer, competitor, but ambassador for the sport of short track speed skating. She's going to be greatly missed amongst her teammates. Always there showing support for everybody around her. That moment didn't bring a tear to your eye.
One of those moments, just soak it in, let the emotion pour over. Merci, Kim. Still have some business to take care of, the small matter of the race for the medals. And when you see the graphic on how they all got there through the quarters, the semis, that means the lights will come down in just a moment. As if on cue. Here we go.
La présentation des athlètes pour la finale A du 500 mètres. Ladies and gentlemen, the athletes' presentation for the ladies 500 meter A final. De la ligne numéro 1, starting in lane number 1, three-time Olympic champion and three-time 500 meter world champion, Sandra Velzeboer, Netherlands. De la ligne numéro 2, starting in lane number 2, wearing the number 83, Selma Poutsma, Netherlands. De la ligne numéro 3, starting in lane number 3, representing Italy, two-time Olympic medalist, Chiara Betti. De la ligne numéro 4, starting in lane number 4, second in the World Tour this season, Corinne Stoddard, USA. And starting in lane number 5, de la ligne numéro 5 à cette toute première finale au championnat du monde, la Française Bérénice Combi.
Yesterday, we got the breakthrough result for Furkan Akar in the men's 500 meters. Bérénice Combi, maybe a name we wouldn't have thought to see on the line, but she is against the best of the best, and might this be a breakthrough moment? It's a tall order indeed. Women's 500 meter A final.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it was Velzeboer beaten off the line by her teammate in the semis. And for a moment, and yes it is again, for a moment I thought Velzeboer might have had it, but as these two flying away, Selma Poutsma, Sandra Velzeboer, Chiara Betti, 1, 2, and 3. Stoddard has a lot of work to do, but now Sandra Velzeboer for the lead.
Again, a dominant start from Poutsma, but she can't defend against the speed of Cassandra Velzeboer, who's leading this 500 meter.
Velzeboer, the world record holder, the fastest woman in the world, showing why that is the case. She is too fast, too quick. Sandra Velzeboer is the 500 meters. Sandra Velzeboer will do it again. And it's 1 and 2 for the Netherlands. And an individual bronze medal for Chiara Betti.
Well, what
when it comes to the 500 meter, all Cassandra Belzebor does is win, win, win. You name the title, she has it. World record, world champion, Olympic champion, and she does it again here, defending her world title from last season.
Only beaten once this season. That came at the World Tour indoor track, but through it all, Sandra Belzebor can always go back to her trusty 500 meters.
Well, just what a great moment for Chiara Betti here, getting that bronze medal. What a breakthrough race for her. Nice to see some new names. It's probably, we'll have to confirm, but this might be one of her first individual medals for sure at World Championships. First individual medal here.
1 and 2 for the Netherlands. Betti celebrates a bronze medal. Another Italian breakthrough. It seems they're just adding every week a new skater jumping to the podium. Corinne Stoddard in 4th, Berenice Combi, very creditable 5th place. That was her first senior A final. Houtsma better off the line, but Sandra Belzebor just too fast. She just knows how to get to the finish line, fastest of all. In her signature event, Sandra Belzebor. Another one matching multiple world championships, an Olympic gold medal. Herschel, Harold Silovs there, the Dutch staff, celebrating a couple more medals for the Netherlands. There are the official results. Belzebor, top of the world again. Selma Poutsman second, Chiara Betti in third, Corinne Stoddard. Another A final, 4th place for her for the United States, and Berenice Combi. What can we expect from that young skater over the next 4 years, heading into the next Olympics in France? We're getting set up for the penultimate podium presentation of the weekend. And then a couple more races to come. The men's 5,000 meter relays, B final, A final.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve féminine du 500 mètres de ce championnat du monde ISU CNSG courte piste 2026. Medal ceremony for the women's 500 meter at the 2026 ISU CNSG Short Track World Championship. Les médailles seront présentées par, the medals will be presented by the ISU Vice President Speed Skating, Mr. Tron Espeli. Et accompanied by the referee, Beata Padar. En 3e position, gagnante de la médaille de bronze. In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Italy, Chiara Betti. Chiara Betti. En 2e position et gagnante de la médaille d'argent. In 2nd place and winner of the silver medal, representing the Netherlands, Selma Poutsma. Postma. En première position, gagnante de la médaille d'or et championne du monde courte piste 2026 sur 500 mètres. In first place, winner of the gold medal, and now four-time 500-meter world champion from the Netherlands, Sandra Belzebue. Sandra Belzebue. Mesdames et messieurs, allez vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national des Pays-Bas. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of the Netherlands. Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés, ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. Donc, photo de famille avec nos trois médaillés. Ils vont poser pour la postérité. Par la suite, on aura l'entrevue d'usage avec Tyler, bon ami Tyler, qui posera quelques questions à Sandra Belzebue. So one last picture of our podium. And then we will turn it to Tyler for the interview with the now four-time 500-meter world champion, Sandra Belzebue.
Down to the ice in just a moment with Tyler and Sandra.
Cassandra Belzebue, four-time world champion, but to win this race, you first had to get by your teammate, Selma Postma. What was going through your mind after she beat you off that start?
Yeah, I know she's a crazy fast starter, so I was prepared for that, and I just try to stay calm and get to my top speed.
Now, coming in as the Olympic champion, did you feel pressure to defend that title here today?
No, I actually felt kind of free because my biggest goal, I had succeeded in that, but I am super happy that I can win here.
Well, congratulations, another fantastic race for you. Will you do me the favor of throwing that out?
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit pour votre intervention de notre championne du monde, Sandra Belzebue. Pendant qu'on est toujours en attente de voir Michel Dumont au poste de l'annonceur. Il ira en action dans quelques instants avec les deux dernières courses de la journée finale B. Ensuite, finale A sur les 5 mètres, messieurs. Il y a encore 3 restés avec nous pour une cérémonie au Londres. Et une émotion immédiatement après la remise de médaille chez les messieurs.
the women's 500 meters. Belzebor remains world champion for another year ahead of her teammates Selma Poutsma and Kiara Betti. And now we are not done yet. Final 2 races of the season. Men's 5,000 meter relays. If you are new to this sport, this is how we always finish off our weekends of competition with the men's relay B and A finals. And if you are new fans of the sport, caught your eye in Italy a couple weeks ago, the international season gets back underway in October. Details on starts and locations, all of that to come, but of course I would imagine you'll be able to watch it one way or another wherever you may be around the world. So stay tuned. Of course, follow all the ISU's social media channels. There is, of course, the International Skating Union app. All skating, one app. There's the long track, the speed skating, short track, the team, the synchronized skating, figure skating, of course, all that in one place. So there are ways for you to find out how next season will shape up, but of course we are not allowed to think about that completely just yet. Men's relay B and A finals. First, the B. Japan, Netherlands, USA, Kazakhstan. Miyata Shogo, Tunbor, Brandon Kim, and Nurtilek Kashgali on the line. Just to run through who's in this on Japan, there's Miyata Shogo on the ice right now, Watanabe Keita, Yoshinaga Kazuki, and Matsubayashi Yui. The Dutch have Jens van het Wout, Tunbor, Kay Hausman, and Melle van het Wout. USA, Andrew Hio, Brandon Kim, Clayton DiClemente, and Noah Trop. And Kazakhstan has Denis Nikisha, Adil Galiakhmatov, Nurtilek Kashgali, and Aybek Nassim. They've made the first exchange. Black start, as you could probably expect for the B final. Welcome back, Tyler.
Thank you. Great time for this relay B final, but I didn't miss too much. They're starting things off slowly for me.
I think you might have stepped back in about a lap and a half into things. So we are still in the preamble stage of things. Matsubayashi, DiClemente, Nikisha, and Melle van het Wout. As I say that, the exchanges, Watanabe, Trop, Galiakhmatov, and Hausman.
Sitting in third position, number 18, Denis Nikisha, number 59, Adil Galiakhmatov, number 107, Nurtilek Kashgali, and number 171,
that samurai helmet he's debuted this season. Number 5 on the helmet. I think we'll see number 3 that might be a bit lower next year. I think he was in as many A finals as the previous season that allowed him to get that 5th on Crystal Globe standings.
Well, none of the teams wanting to push the pace too early here.
Part of me was sort of hoping that it's the last race in the season. Let's just see them go hard out, hard in the middle, hard in the finish, and then just die spectacularly and exhaust themselves and head into the off season. But
if you're new to the relay, obviously we have 4 skaters from each team, each skater with a different role on the track. We have the skater who's out on the ice skating. We have the following skater who's going out preparing for the exchange. The third skater in that order is watching the skater on the ice in case there's a fall, and the skater who just finished is gliding and resting and recovering in that phase.
Kashgali, tiny little burst of pace to get up from 3rd to 1st and span it straight away. Just time to bring in Aybek Nassim, one of those guys that we might see more from Kazakhstan. He's had little flashes that we sort of like, okay, this guy has some potential. Who always comes back for the following season, who decides to call it a career, who makes the step forward in the off-season training. So a lot of stories to play out in the coming off-season and October's return to action. But of course, we've talked about it. Well, Check out to see the Korean trials. They usually go ahead in March after the Worlds, so we'll see how that shapes up.
Well, the race picking up now. Kazakhstan moving into the lead.
Ajdali on the exchange going up to the lead, and Kim behind him.
I'm keeping an eye on the Dutch back in position 4. When they won the Olympic gold, they were very aggressive towards the front of the race the entire time. Today we're seeing a very different approach, a different strategy here in which they're sitting back in fourth, just biding their time. I'm wondering how long they're going to wait there until they want to strike.
Certainly has a lot of horsepower at the back. Mela Van right now. That's Dennis Nikisha perhaps picking things up. Dio Galiak-Maton does Watanabe Keita. He battled for the lead. Noah Trop. He gets back into the picture just in time for the exchange. Still not really driving it too much just yet, but that should change in a hurry as we're inside 20 laps to go as we speak.
Kazakhstan pushing the pace out front. We're in the 8.7 lap time. They are moving now. Anything under a 9.0 is a relatively quick time. We know these skaters are capable of getting down to the 8.0 marker in a 500. That's really the top speed for a lap. 7.9 in some cases, but in the relay, as the conditions deteriorate, as the legs fatigue, you don't often see speeds that quick in the final laps.
Matsubayashi Yui on the front for Japan. He brings in Watanabe Keita. Everybody still on exchange. Nobody's trying to change things up, go off exchange, trying to shake things up too much just yet. And it will be Miyata coming back in for Japan. And now the Dutch venture forward to more.
The Japanese team that is more out, giving the push to Jens Van het Wout. Staying in third position is
second. Certainly one to watch as we come down the stretch. Andrew Keogh on the back for the U.S. He's a fast one as well. Clemente back in, just in that A final, 1,000 meters.
Watch Mela Van het Wout was looking to size up a move, but it's blocked on the inside lane.
Is anyone on the exchange? Yes, Houseman up inside to the lead.
If you can time an acceleration into an exchange and launch your teammate ahead, it's a great opportunity to pass.
Galiak-Maton jumping up into second. Coming up to see 8 laps to go, just a few more exchanges to come. Jens Van het Wout, Aibek Nassen, Watanabe Keita, Andrew Keogh on the ice right now.
These will be your finishing skaters that you're just exchanging now. Everyone's going to go one more time.
Everyone who want to finish the season with the victory, doesn't matter that it is the A final, or B final, pardon me.
500 meters starting to go now.
Houseman under pressure from Adil Galiak-Maton, who's really keeping it up.
Galiak-Maton doing a great job keeping his team in touch with the Dutch right now. The Olympic champions out front.
There is the gun. One more exchange coming. In will come Jens Van het Wout. Aibek Nassen will look to chase him. Miyata Shogun closing the gap a little bit, but it might still be too much for Yoshinaga to close. Jens Van het Wout will just drive this away. 1 to go. I don't think Nassen has the time to close it down, but Jens Van het Wout is just too strong. And will guide the Dutch to the B final victory, finishing the season with a victory. The season that has included an Olympic gold medal. Kazakhstan will get up for second, Japan for third, USA for fourth.
Regardez nos appels vidéo tranquille. Je rappelle que la prochaine course sera la dernière en carrière. The next race will be the one fast race in career for 2 of our Canadian short track officials, Stuart Gibbs, the assistant referee video, and Roger Bull, the starter for the Mesdames et Messieurs.
just announcing the officials who will be starting their final race. We mentioned them earlier. Stu Gibbs, Roger Cole, longtime officials in the Canadian short track circuit. Once again, our appreciation for all the work that they give for their time and effort to make this sport happen. Doesn't happen without so many people that you don't see taking part on the ice. With those results confirmed, what a way to finish, as always, with one final race. The men's 5,000 meter relay, and a chance for the Canadians to send the fans home with something to remember. But it is a tall order indeed, some of the teams they will be up against.
Mesdames et messieurs, le clou de la journée, grande finale, du relais hommes 5000 mètres. Ladies and gentlemen, the icing on the cake, the A final of the men 5,000 meter relay. De la ligne numéro 1, the reigning European champion Pietro Sigel, Thomas Nadalini, Luca Speckenhauser, and Lorenzo Brevitali, Team Italia. De la ligne numéro 2, ils sont les champions du monde en titre, William Daginou, Steven Dubois, Félix Roussel, Maxime Laume, l'équipe du Canada. De la ligne numéro 3, the Olympic silver medalist, Han Deon, Lee Jung-min, Rim Jung-un, and Shin Dong-min, the Republic of Korea. Et la ligne numéro 4, the People's Republic of China, the Shin, Chang Bao, Zhu Yiding, Li Kun, and Li Yuang.
Italy, Canada, Korea, and China. China really going with its new look roster here. We've spoken a bit about their biggest names, not here, but it's an opportunity for youth, and no bigger opportunity than in an A final of the World Championships. So we will see who starts things off. Thomas Nadalini on the line for Italy, Hwang Daeun for Korea, Li Yuheng from China, and Félix Roussel to start for Canada.
Quiet, please. Silence, s'il vous plaît.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are underway. The final race of the season. The final race for the World Championships. The men's 5,000 meter relay A final. Canada, Italy, Korea, and China.
Here at the Maurice Richard Arena in Montreal, 16
Looks like a change up the order. Looks like it will be Maxime Lahoun to finish things off for Canada.
Well, they might be doing a change of strategy. We'll see if they have any change of order throughout the race, or they change up the lap sequencing. But this is a change-up for the Canadian team. Maybe they're looking to create separation in the final laps before the finish in 2 to get a gap on the rest of the field with the likes of Stephen Dubois and William D'Angelo positions 3 and 4, which is
the second skater off the start line is the one we see usually finishing, but as he mentioned, maybe they'll try to change up the order in the middle of the race, change things up, throw some curveballs, see what works and what might not work.
Well, you got to get through 45 laps cleanly first in order to win this race. Anything can happen throughout that. But the relay is just such a fun event. You know, short track and speed skating in general is often an individual sport, but when you have the relay, it can really bring a team together, and it's so great to share in that success as a group.
And if I may, a relay with Sandstorm as your soundtrack, it fits the moment.
Lucas Beckenhauser taking the easy inside pass ahead of Stephen Dubois now. Dubois returning the favor off that exchange back to the front for the Canadians. All the while, the Koreans and the Chinese waiting patiently back in positions 3 and 4.
The Canadians winning this World Championships last year in Beijing to cap off a 6 gold medal weekend. Hasn't gone quite according to plan this time, but there would be no better feeling than to send the home fans home with a taste of gold in their mouths. And it is Pietro Segal, just cerebral assassin. We saw it in the mixed relay, just the burst of speed to get ahead of Dubois. That was earlier today. It feels like such a long time ago, and it's Dubois and Speckenhauser for the lead.
The cerebral assassin. Have you coined that name for him?
I don't know. I'm probably stealing it from somewhere. D'Angelo ahead of Previtali, Shin, and Zhu Yiding. Back to our openers, and they're going to see 26 laps to go. And it is not long now until it is really going to kick off. The X factor that comes into play increasingly, the ice condition. Not only has it had a lot of racing this last cycle, there's been the medal presentations, so there might be that little bit of extra wear depending on where they are on the ice.
Well, that's something you always got to be cognizant of as a skater. A lot of the tracks have been used, and they're shifting the track, so you got to be aware of which corner has more used ice on it from the relay prior. That one, you may want to avoid an outside move on if you've got some heavily running ice on the outside lane.
D'Angelo, quick check through the legs. But objects in mirror are closer than they appear, and the Italian blue all over the back of the Canadians right now. It's Roussel and Natalini, but we cannot count out the Koreans, of course, Olympic medalists, aside from China, with a whole lot to prove this weekend.
Well, a deep track move from Felix Roussel on the entry before the exchange kind of threw off the Italians, allowing the Canadians to have that freedom out front. Again, the importance of having that lead position in the relay, allowing you to get through cleaner on your handoffs.
Now Dubois, he's picking it up now. And now the challenge is, can they match it? This is what you might have been talking about. Up to Dubois to drive the pace, see who can stay with them. And they go from speed to speed with William D'Angelo. And for the moment, Lorenzo Previtali keeping in contact.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting mix of strategy by the Canadians, trying to change the matchups, if you will, to put their stronger skaters perhaps against some weaker ones to create some separation before the final lap. And Natalini, he's been flying all weekend long. He's looking on the outside of Roussel. Roussel bending him off right now, but Natalini carrying speed.
Italy changing it up on the exchange. Now they're going to make it with Segal. They're going on tough exchange as Siegel and Laoun now lead the way. And then there's a gap between third and fourth. And now back on exchange with Speckenazzo to Dubois.
Well, the Italians and the Canadians have just pulled away from the Koreans and the Chinese. Still coming up on 10 laps remaining.
Donjanu.
Oh, but the Italians go down.
And that has opened the door for the Canadians. And the Koreans can come right back in. We were talking about the ice conditions. So unpredictable at this stage. But if the Canadians keep the skates down, this is their race to win. In will come Maxime Laoun.
We still have a lot of laps left in this race. I can't even see the board. I think we got 7 laps just popped up.
It was Prevatali who went down, and the Italians are back in fourth place. It's Dubois, but watch out, because the Canadians are charging. Here comes Im Jong-un, coursing with confidence right now. But for the moment, the Canadians still have that gap.
The Koreans are charging hard. They're doing everything they can to close the gap on the Canadian team.
The last few weeks have not perhaps gone as planned for the Canadians, but this would be a way to cap it all off. Going out on a high, a great way to end the season. There is 2 to go, Maxime Laoun, but oh my, here comes Lee Jong-min. Maxime Laoun now faces a hard-charging Korean side. Laoun to hang on Lee for the lead. Can you believe it? But Laoun comes back.
Oh! Well, we're going to have a video review of that finish, but the Koreans win it to the finish line there.
And remember, in control over the line. That's what's going to get reviewed.
Well, we got to watch the arms. You know, we saw that earlier today.
Absolutely. We'll see what the arm looks like. Lee Jong-min with the late move, but what led to Maxime Laoun going down over the line?
Well, he was charging up the inside, trying to get by, but there was hands flying everywhere. So if he goes down on a contact, we got to wait and see.
So
all we know is they're reviewing that finish. So
for the moment, the result is inconclusive. The one thing we do know is that it was the Italians going down on their own. Maxime Laoun, I'm sure he is hoping that the review will show something that will benefit the Canadians, because I don't know what the ruling might have been when you have to cross the line.
Well, what's so hard in the finishing laps of that relay, when you have a lead in the gap like that, you feel comfortable. You don't want to take a risk and over-push the pace and risk falling for your team and losing the victory that way. So you hold back, you skate a little bit more conservatively. You want to be stable, you want to avoid a slip. The team in second is so often saying, hey, I'm just putting everything for this, and they push the limits, and if they're able to skate cleanly, they can close gaps very quickly. So we're continuing to watch as things unfold here.
And as we're looking at the replay of the race, I see Jordan Pierre-Gilles just looking over the officials' shoulders, trying to see something, but we haven't gotten to the finish yet. We'll get a look as we work our way through these race highlights. But the Chinese are celebrating. They're third over the line, and I think they're pretty secure that they will have a medal.
So that was Lorenzo Prevatali losing footing on his left, just breaking out and going down. And that just left a huge lead for the Canadians. But here's a look at that last corner. Maxime Laoun trying to change back. There's hands.
There is an arm across him.
All over the place there.
We'll see what they say. And so, until our officials make the call, I will say, you at home be the judge. But we will get that result confirmed in just a moment.
Wait, whose blade is across the line? It's Max.
It's by 3,000ths of a second. Wow, Gary nearly got it over. But I think until it's official, one team's going to see what they want to see, and the other's going to see what they want to see. But this is the moment. Oh, nope, not just yet. So to the ice, Beata Pagar, one final time today.
Final decision for Team Republic of Korea.
And I think you know what that means. The Canadian men have defended their world championship. And we saw the arm going back a little bit, and if that previous men's individual race was the precedent, that was the call. It's a silver medal for China.
Well, we're actually going to watch
Italy.
for the lane change here. So that movement from outside to in, pushing across right here. You can see the change of direction there.
Yeah. And so there it is. What's an event finish without a bit of drama? But now the joy can come from the Canadians. And it's a silver for China. What kind of season are they looking forward to next year? And the Italians, heartbreak falling, but there is a bronze lining for them. They will finish with yet another medal. I try not to use this word too many times, calling short track, but wow, wow, wow.
I would just like to take a moment to highlight the work done by Maxime Laon here in the last 2 laps, finishing off the World Championship relay. Well done, Maxime.
Maxime Laon getting the curtain call here in Montreal.
Skating in front of his friends and family, a native of Montreal, the veteran.
I mean, all of those Canadian men, Félix Roussel, Steven Dubois, William Dongenou, Maxime Laon putting in an incredible performance. Jordan Pierre-Gilles seeing some action right now, but this storied Canadian side to finish a World Championships, standing on top of the podium. A couple are missing some of the jackets that they wear for the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us after the medal ceremony to highlight Kincaid's incredible career with a ceremony dedicated to her. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve masculin du relais 5000 mètres du championnat du monde ISU CNSG courte piste 2026. The medal ceremony for the men's 5,000 meter relay at the 2026 ISU CNSG Short Track World Championships. Les médailles seront présentées par. The medals will be presented by the ISU Vice President for Speed Skating, Mr. Tron Espelli. Accompanied by the referee, Madame Beta Padar. En troisième position et gagnant la médaille de bronze, in third place and winners of the bronze medal, Team Italy. Dominic Nalini, Lorenzo Previtali, Pietro Sigel, and Luca Spackenhauser. Team Italy, Italia. En deuxième position et gagnant de la médaille d'argent. In second place and winners of the silver medal, Team China, the People's Republic of China. Li Kun, Li Yuheng, Song Weishu, Zhang Boao, and Zhu Yiding. The People's Republic of China. En première position, gagnant de la médaille d'or et champion du monde de courte piste au relais masculin. In first place, winners of the gold medal and 2026 men's 5,000 meter relay world champions, Team Canada! William Daginou, Steven Dubois, Maxime Raoult, Jordan Piégel et Félix Roussel. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si vous en êtes capable pour l'hymne national du Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of the Canadian National Anthem. Oh, Canada. Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés, ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
One final time. One final World Championship victory. One final time down to the ice. Tyler will get to speak with this World Championship Canadian side. And then they're actually setting up a little ceremony for Kim Boutin, but I will sign off from here once Tyler is done and after we show that highlight package of that World Championship race for Canada.
Bonjour Montréal, sur la glace avec l'équipe Canada, notre champion du monde. Est-ce que la foule t'a aidé à gagner?
Honnêtement, j'ai jamais eu autant de plaisir de patiner devant une foule. Merci beaucoup.
Now, how proud are you of this race and of your team here today?
Honestly, je pense que c'est juste incroyable d'avoir une équipe d'hommes. C'est des amis pour la vie. Puis on est vraiment fiers d'être ici au Québec sur notre glace avec, tu sais, d'avoir une arena sold out de même après autant d'années. Surtout en revenant des Jeux, ça fait chaud au cœur.
Ben, félicitations. Je vais vous aider. Merci. You guys gonna skate it out?
Également pour tous ceux et celles, mesdames et messieurs, qui sont dans les bleus en haut, vous vous inviterez à descendre vers les rouges. On va vouloir prioriser remplir la section rouge et les blancs pour plus chaleureux et plus complet près de l'arena, près de la glace à tige bien. Donc si jamais vous êtes en haut dans les sections, on vous invite à descendre vers la section rouge, blanche, si jamais à rouge et complète pour célébrer la carrière de l'Australie et plus Kim Boutin.
As we reach a season's end, just try to figure out what words to say to express all the appreciation for everything that we have felt throughout the course of this season. The athletes put on the show. There's so many people behind the scenes who make all the events happen. This has been an Olympic season to be sure, but also we started with the World Tour back here in Montreal in October, and we bring it to an end here as well. So my undying thanks to all the officials, all the athletes, all the volunteers, everyone who makes these events go and makes these events happen. And of course, my forever gratitude and undying thanks for those of you watching at home over the course of the year. We do get messages from you, and we really appreciate it, all the help and all the support. And of course, October is just 7 months away, and so signing off from Montreal, the 2025-26 ISU International Short Track season officially in the books, but October is not far away. So until we get to reconvene, fingers crossed in October. My name is Gavin Day on behalf of Tyler Dare and everyone involved in putting this production together. A million thanks. Talk to you soon. Goodbye.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Mon nom est Marc Schreibert. Vous me connaissez pas. Je suis le premier responsable du programme national et olympique en courte piste. Je travaille dans l'ombre avec tout le personnel et les athlètes. Tantôt, mon entraîneur-chef et moi, on se disait lequel des deux marques va venir sur la glace avec Kim. Et on a dit qu'il faudrait que ça soit celui. Dans le vestiaire, dans l'autobus, à l'aéroport, à tous les jeunes juniors de l'équipe nationale, les autres athlètes qui vont poursuivre la carrière. Ce qu'on retient d'une grande athlète, d'un grand athlète, ce n'est pas que les résultats, c'est son numéro.